Okay, let's start. A very good afternoon to you all, and a warm welcome from Bangkok. So my name is Pierre Ferrand, and I'm an agriculture officer at the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific in Bangkok. It is my great pleasure and honor to moderate the first part of this important regional consultation on engaging with academia and research institutions to support family farmers and the transformation of and food system transformation during and post COVID-19 pandemic in Asia. So as you all know, the food system in the region have undergone important changes over the past decade, mostly due to rapid economic growth, increasing population and demographic shift, rapid urbanization, rural and urban transformation, changing food consumption behavior, and climate change. The effects of COVID-19 pandemic on agriculture have been exacerbated by the way in which the current industrial farming system is set up and have impacted in particular family farmers who represent the majority of farmers in the region. Agroecology as a holistic approach can contribute to addressing these challenges and can go a long way in transforming food and agriculture system to build an inclusive, safe, sustainable, and resilient society. Higher education institution can provide also a powerful opportunity in building new generation of farmers, extensionists, and policymakers to address the challenges faced by agri-food system in Asia. So this regional consultation today is therefore a first step in identifying how academia and research institutions can further contribute, in particular through agroecology, to enhancing the livelihood of family farmers and developing their capacity to cope with increasing uncertainty caused by current shock. So we have a very exciting program ahead of us for this afternoon and tomorrow, which will help us to take stock of what exists already, what could be done, and how we can move forward. But before diving into the main program of this afternoon, I would like to kindly ask the organizer to play the welcome video messages recorded for the occasion by Ms. Ismahan El-Wafi, the Chief Scientist in FAO headquarters. So over to you for the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Let me welcome you to this very special regional consultation. My only regret is that I cannot be with you in person. My apologies. At FAO, we believe that consultations like this one help to strengthen the science and innovation component of our decision and collective actions. They enable us to share ideas, to reach a common understanding, which ultimately increases the impact of our efforts on the ground. Agri-food systems in Asia have undergone important changes over the past decades, mostly due to rapid economic growth, increasing population and demographic shifts, a rapid urbanization, rural and urban transformation, changing food consumption behavior, and climate change. The COVID-19 crisis has clearly demonstrated how vulnerable our current agri-food system are to disruption. Climate change is expected to widen the existing vulnerabilities in the agricultural production system. And this year, COP26 and the AR06 document have given us really frightening data on how that changes is happening. So transforming our agri-food system requires new thinking and approaches with its value partners, many of whom are here today with us. Partnerships are central to transforming our agri-food system and reaching the goals of the 2030 Development Agenda. Indeed, partnerships are highlighted as one of the 5 Ps for sustainable development and are encapsulated under SDG 17. Academia and research institutions in particular play an important role in bridging academia knowledge to understand and improve rural livelihood. Significant progress and impact can be made when interventions are taken and are undertaken collaboratively between FAO and national, regional, academic, and research institutions. The linkages between all of us is a must. FAO is involved at the country level in the development of both the UN Common Country Analysis and the UN Sustainable Development Cooperative Framework to provide strategic and timely contribution as part of the UN collective offer in each country. Because when we talk about agriculture, we talk about the whole food system, which include all the actors, not only within the food and agriculture sector, but also in other sectors like energy, like transportation, like health, like climate change, and so on and so forth. With their presence in every country and with their knowledge of local strengths and challenges, academia and research institutions can support FAO in its implementation of the country planning frameworks through food security and nutrition activities. This support can be provided by building local capacities, sharing knowledge and information, and providing and promoting social and technological innovation. So in my view, I believe strongly that the local institution, particularly the academias, particularly the research institution, knows better their country, knows better their ecosystem, and can allow us really to bring in the global knowledge to help make change on the ground at the country level. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an urgent need for a radical shift of the way agri-food systems are governed. The challenge is to sustainably increase food production while conserving the natural resources base and ensuring that agriculture forms part of the solution for mitigating and adapting to climate change. Agroecology and regenerative agriculture are sustainable agriculture approaches that have been developed over several decades in an attempt to reconcile agriculture with natural processes for the mutual benefit of our ecosystem and our livelihood. The concept of climate smart agriculture was first coined by FAO in 2009 to describe an approach where agriculture could capture synergies in mitigation and adaptation to climate change while enhancing agricultural productivity and particularly income for the small-scale producers. While time has passed since these concepts were first developed, the demand has remained very high to better understand these approaches. How these approaches can better understand how these approaches, can apply to different contexts and what their potential impact may be on small-scale producers. We need more data. We need more evidence, particularly in different ecosystems. Agroecology can be a promising approach for achieving multiple benefits for the environment and the farming communities in terms of sustainability, climate mitigation and adaptation, human and planetary health and livelihoods. However, the evidence is fragmented. In fact, FAO has developed a tool for agroecology performance evaluation, TAPE, to assess the multidimensional performance of agroecology and is currently testing it in 29 countries globally. Ladies and gentlemen, small-scale producers have been and will always be innovators. They need to be empowered to be able to co-design, co-create, and co-innovate. To support sustainable agri-food system transformation, FAO works in very close partnership with family farmers organizations and different NGOs. The new FAO strategic framework assigns an important role to family farmers in achieving the four betters: the better production, the better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. In particular, some FAO priority areas like small-scale producers, equitable access to resources, and inclusive rural transformation are focused on the role of small-scale producers and family farmers. Partnership are collaborative efforts. Only by converging perspectives and ideas, we can have a joint vision and mutual goals that could be created and that we agree upon and work all towards making them a reality. At FAO, we know that if we want to achieve the four betters, we can't do so alone. I very much look forward to hearing from today's speakers as each bring their own perspective in addressing relevant approaches to systematically enhance FAO engagement with the academic sector. All this will serve to leverage our comparative advantage for transitioning the world agri-food system, starting at the country level, keeping in mind that we want to transform the agri-food system so that it serves those that need it the most, mostly the poorest communities, the most marginalized communities, and the small-scale producers all over the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
So after this very good welcome remark from the chief scientist of FAO, highlighting the critical role of partnership between academia, research institute, and family farmers and their organization to transform agri-food systems sustainably, we are now going to move to the first session of the afternoon. So this will focus on the challenges faced by family farmers, the role of knowledge and innovation in addressing the challenges, and the role of academia and research institutions in supporting transition towards sustainable food system and agroecology mainstreaming. First, we will hear about institutional initiative from a broad range of distinguished speakers, starting with representatives from regional institutions. Without further ado, I would like to kindly request the organizer to play a video recorded message from Dr. Mohamed Bakhtiar Hossein, Director of the SARC Agricultural Center, who could not be with us today due to conflicting agenda.
Respected moderator, Pierre Ferrand, Agriculture Officer, Agroecology, FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, distinguished speaker from Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, UNESCO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, CGIAR, Transformative Partnership Platform on Agroecology, and speaker from International Fund for Agricultural Development. Distinguished guests, dignitaries, and participants from academia and research institutions, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the SARC Agriculture Center, Dhaka. I am truly privileged to be a part in the virtual consultation meeting on engaging with academia and research institutions to support family farmers and food systems transformation during the post-COVID-19 pandemic in Asia as keynote speaker jointly organized by the Food and Agriculture Organizations of the United Nations, Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, Thailand, UNESCO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, and GRET and CIRAD distinguished participants. I would like to let you know that the SARC Agriculture Center has been working as the Center of Excellence with a mandate to undertake agricultural research and development, policy planning, and knowledge management on agriculture and allied discipline, that is crops, horticulture, fisheries, livestock, natural resources management, and on priority cross-cutting issues as identified by the member states, where partnership as well as regional collaboration are the driving force. South Asian region covers 3% landmass with 1.93 billion people, with represents 24% of the world population. Agriculture sector in the region provides employment to 70% of population and average contribution to 18% GDP. Nearly 60% of the regional population depend on agriculture for their livelihood. The average land holding in the region is less than 1 hectare, and nearly 25% of the population fall below poverty line and vulnerable to malnutrition. Indeed, 90% of the 608 billion farmers in the world are under family farming and produce more than 80% of the world food. However, smallholder family farmers are having less than 2 hectares of land, handicapped by using traditional technology, lack of access to inputs including improved seeds, fertilizers and credits, and weak markets for the products that lead the agricultural system less productive and less profitable. In addition to these, the major challenges on family farming like labor shortage, loss of agricultural land for urbanization, inadequate irrigation facilities, small landing size, high post-harvest losses, high feed cost, which faced by the family farmers in context of South Asia. In addressing those challenges, some innovative approaches on family farming may be considered in supporting the transition towards a sustainable food system and agroecology. Empowerment of youth and women in agricultural farming, climate smart adaptive technology in agricultural farming, scaling up multi-storied or high value crops in agroforestry practices for diversity production. UNDFF is the opportunity to recognize the important role of smallholder family farmers in agriculture and food systems that guide the policies to strengthen the family farmers, leading to ensure their livelihood, improved livelihood, well-being, and prosperity. I am happy to inform you that SARC Agriculture Center, in collaboration with the Food and Agriculture Organizations, Asian Farmers Association for the Sustainable Development, International Cooperative Alliance Asia and the Pacific, have been published a book on United Nations Decade Family Farming 2019 to 2028 Regional Action Plan to implement the UNDFF for achieving the Sustainable Development Goal in South Asia. The book is well designed and captured the family farming in South Asia. The book could be important guidelines for the formulating National Action Plan of the UNDFF. FAO, in collaboration with other partner organizations, will support the South Asian countries for finalizing National Action Plan in near future. As half of the land in South Asia is under arable, there is high potentiality of transformed agriculture and food system in the region. Food systems encompasses all people and entire range of actors and their interconnected activities: growing, harvesting, packaging, processing, distributing, selling, storing, marketing, consuming, and disposing of food. The pervasive poverty and hunger in the rural areas, especially women and men farmers who rely on agriculture for their livelihood, infer that the current food systems are unjust and unsustainable. Meanwhile, the health issue is being undermined due to lack of availability of safe, nutritious, and healthy food. Severity in food insecurity is being further aggravated by higher rate of food lost or waste, estimated to be 1/3 of the all food produced globally. At the same time, current food systems contribute up to 29% of all greenhouse gas emissions, including 44% of methane, and are having a negative impact on biodiversity. Therefore, the current food systems need to be transformed and provide a more sustainable, fair, and inclusive access to healthy and nutritious food for people so that they can help eradicating hunger. I would like to share some way forward in consideration of institutional initiatives. Review of policies and strategies on family farming through providing capacity development of the SARC member states, sharing the UNDFF Regional Action Plan with the SARC member states through organizing consultation meeting for strengthening family farming. Assist to implement the country action plan on family farming by providing technical support. Arranging follow-up meeting on regional action plan of family farming. Emphasis of donor project focuses on family farming for implementing among the SARC member countries, building and strengthening cooperatives using a value chain approach. I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this virtual meeting. On behalf of SARC Agriculture Center, I would like to reaffirm and continuous support and commitment to implement the Regional Action Plan on family farming for the greater benefits of the SARC region. Finally, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the co-organizers for organizing this important event. I wish a grand success of the event. Long live the spirit of SARC.
Thank you. So after this opening statement from the SARC Agricultural Center, we'll now hear another video recorded message from Dr. Glenn Gregorio, the director of the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, CIRCA, which is also the co-organizer of today's event.
A pleasant day to everyone, and thank you for this invitation. And for my talk now, I just want to talk about reshaping research and development to ensure sustainable food system. This is in line really of your theme. And now I want to share my slide. Okay, we are here, as I mentioned, reshaping research and development to ensure food systems. So again, I'm Glenn Gregorio of CIRCA, and I want to share to you what we are doing at CIRCA and what should be done for our research and development to ensure sustainable food system. Agricultural innovation and biodiversity conservation should be a win-win approach. Agriculture, as we know, is a major driver of biodiversity loss, but making it sustainable through agricultural innovation promotes and enrich biodiversity to ensure high quality and quantity and sustainability of environmental goods and services. So we have to look at agriculture as not an opponent of biodiversity or agrobiodiversity. They should work hand in hand to make it sustainable. And the matrix to attain agricultural productivity and biodiversity conservation must be, we have to consider productivity, we have to consider sustainability, we have to consider stability and equitability. And also appreciate that human well-being is underpinned by biodiversity-rich agricultural food systems would be critical in wielding holistic agricultural innovation across the food supply chain. I want to share to you one of our publication on food security amidst COVID-19 pandemic, research and development priorities for higher education institutions in the Philippines and Southeast Asia. At the same time, our policy brief on reshaping agricultural research and development for HAI in times of pandemic in Southeast Asia. So I would just like to say that pandemic has underscored the connection between supply chain and our consumption pattern. And there's really an urgent need to redefine agricultural system as food system. Now we realize the importance to redefine how we view food, how we view agriculture, and we have to look at it as a food system. This also underscores that the role of the research institutions, the university, to produce graduates with transformative mindset who are adept in understanding the growing complex of social concerns and are able to reflect positive changes now and in the future. So our products should have a transformative mindset, transformative leadership, looking at the whole things to solve some our problems. Again, these are the questions in the research institutions, in the universities, in times of climate change, in time of pandemic, and how we could help really the small farmers. These are the questions, what are the major priority areas for research to accelerate transformation towards sustainable agricultural food systems, which include agroecology and biodiversity? How can the human capital like the research and academic initiatives be fully maximized to solve the social concerns? So again, I have to mention social concern in this time of pandemic. And as research funding will be limited because most of our funding will be going to health and other things, what innovative solutions needed to enhance capability in knowledge generation? I just want to show you the matrix of how to do your research. You have to look at the food security pillars, which is the availability of food, accessibility, stability, utilization, and safety of food. These are the food pillars. And we look at also the levels of analysis from biosphere to the ecosystem, landscape level, population, community level, and up to the organization or the gene or cell level. We have to look at also the agricultural value chain. So this is the 4 matrix approach. You have to look at the farmers and the producers, manufacturers, distributors, consumers, and of course, we have to look at the different methodologies, how to analyze it, or methodologies from transdisciplinary. You have to work together in all disciplines, interdisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary approach, and even singular or disciplinary approach. So you have to look at this. I put some examples of these different matrix and examples to make it happen. So I hope you could go to my publication and our policy brief if you want to go to the details. So you have to look at in these different food pillars, agricultural value chain, level of analysis, and modalities to make your research more applicable. Now let's go again to the different universities, responsibility of your universities. These are, and the research institutions, they are the engines of social inclusion brought by innovation ways of bringing people into learning environment. So we have to look at that. We have to see the key institutions for meeting the sustainable development goals and look at the global challenges that face humanity and the planet. And we have to look at the contributions to the social, to the societies, has impact on higher education and research to extent to which it breeds social and cultural interaction between itself and the community. So we have to be more interconnected with each other. So again, for the role of the universities, universities has to address the discrepancies between the wealthiest and the poorest and the balance between the planet and mankind. So you have to look at it in that perspective. We have to lead the way in developing a sustainable and responsible pathways to address the challenges and in the agriculture and rural development landscape. We have to pursue public good through alignment of its interests and those of the society. So our interest as a scientist, discovering something, at the same time, the interest of the society, which is food security, health, and the rest. Ensure the sustainable development goals are included in our local agendas, proposing changes in education, research, and engaging with local and global communities on sustainable development. Educate the current generation with the necessary skills, especially the attitudes, competencies, partnerships to help to produce new sustainable development goals leaders. Conduct transversal reviews and refinement of curricula to ensure the mainstreaming of the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals issues across the curricula. So we have to contribute something to the SDG, and we have to look at our curriculum, how we could really contribute for the Sustainable Development Goals. So again, with the widen and extend access to successful participation in higher education by serving the needs of an increasingly diverse student interest, we must put in place resilient education system that can provide students with access to continuous learning opportunities throughout the unpredictable and disorganized periods of disaster and recovery like the pandemic and the climate change. And again, just to emphasize how to capitalize on research and development and innovations potentials of the university and research institutions, there's the need to support local capacity towards being well-sufficient through well-planned local food production system. Our basic research and policy supports are needed towards development of new and relevant crop varieties and livestock, seed and livestock production and distribution, post-harvest management, farm produce transport and logistics system. We have to look at this holistically, and facilities in supporting food quality, nutrition, food safety, maintenance, and diversified farming. I hope I'm in the few slides left for capitalizing on R&D and innovations for the potential of agricultural research institutions and university. We need to support more studies and activities related to improving designs of financial technologies for farmers, and encourage more programs and budget allocations as well as private sector initiative related to agriculture. So we have to involve the private sectors here. Promotion of sustainable and responsible consumption patterns starting from us, and we have to radiate it to the community to support cleaner production, environmental conservation, and social inclusion. So we have to look all of this. Again, the growing interest in agriculture need to be sustained with more targeted capacity building activities of relevant government agencies and groups to specifically promote and generate more agri-entrepreneurs. Again, we have to be business-minded. We have to generate more agri-entrepreneurs. More studies needed to ensure balance between trade priorities and food security goals, particularly under the tenets of ASEAN economic cooperation. There should be an effective coordination mechanism among the ASEAN countries to reduce trade and food insecurities both at the national and the regional level, where the ASEAN economic cooperation is very important to consider. Again, we have also the SHIRCA established the University Consortium since 1989. This is where we work with the University Consortium of Southeast Asia on education in agriculture and rural resources, natural resources. This is really to pursue agricultural human resource development in Southeast Asia by linking top agricultural universities in the region to facilitate free exchange of information, facilities, and expertise. Again, we have to ensure a systemic transformation of the agricultural system into resilient, sustainable, productive, and inclusive food system would be very crucial to the future of Southeast Asia, how we could help the small farmers and the potential agro-entrepreneurs in their country. We need to have a transformation in our agricultural food system. Thank you very much, and good morning.
Thank you. So these two recorded video messages are very important since they reiterate the critical role that this regional institution can play in supporting the needed transformation in the region. And so it was very good to hear from SARC and from the ASEAN with SHIRCA. Now moving on, I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Susan Weiss, Regional Advisor for Social and Human Sciences in UNESCO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific in Bangkok. So Dr. Weiss, the floor is yours, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Good afternoon, good morning to everybody. It's a great pleasure to see so many institutions here. and particularly so many family farming groups who are introducing themselves in the chat. It's great to see you all here today. I just want to share my screen quickly, if I may. Okay. And I just wanted to speak a little about some of the work that we've been doing under our initiative on sustainability science. This is something we started around 7 years ago with Chulalongkorn University, bringing in many other partners now along the way, FAO, ALICIA, other universities, ASEAN, and with support from the Thai government. And we've specifically been quite interested in, we started off looking at how we're connecting the social and the environmental aspects around sustainability, but we've particularly been looking at agricultural communities and how that plays out in the education realm. So I just wanted to start by taking a step back, and I think following on from what Dr. Glenn has talked a little bit about universities, looking specifically at how education and extension services really support the integration and development of sustainability for farming communities. So looking at the educational side, of course, our Sustainable Development Goals have SDG 4, which is covering education. And the particular component that's relevant to agricultural education is SDG 4.7 or Target 4.7, which is relating to skills to promote sustainable development, particularly through education for sustainable development, which is taking that holistic approach of looking at not just the environmental aspects of sustainability, but looking at health of communities, viability of communities, economics, and other aspects as well. So this is goal 4.7, target 4.7. And as part of implementing target 4.7, UNESCO has developed a thing called the Education for Sustainable Development Roadmap 2030. And one of the actions on this is specifically looking at local level action and the importance of ensuring that local communities are actually part of learning about sustainability as practitioners of sustainability. So if we want to actually support farming rural communities, we actually need to think about how do we provide the skills, experience, and support for them to be able to integrate activities on sustainability into their practices. This is the key components of the ESD roadmap. Learning and pedagogy, of course, being there in terms of content about understanding sustainability, how to use sustainability. Looking at societal transformations, though, is a big part of that. So I wanted to show this in particular because it's not just about content when we're looking at this. We really need to think about how we translate content into learning outcomes, which means change in practices and transformation of people's lifestyles. So the ESD roadmap is very much looking at how we move from development of the content, teaching and transmission of the knowledge, and then to turning that into changes in behavior. And then, of course, the other aspect of what we need to do in this is looking at the sustainability side. And we have, of course, SDG 2, which is looking at some of the key aspects of agricultural sustainability. And we want to be able to maintain ecosystems while producing food, looking after communities, and strengthening basically communities' ability to adapt in all ways. And we're seeing that adaptation is not just about climate change, of course, at the moment, because we're having to adapt to also totally change social conditions in our societies, which means we have to transform all the business practices, the way we learn, and many other things as well. So adaptation is multifaceted as well. So when we look at the two together, part of what we've been looking at is how are these concepts of sustainability being integrated into education systems. So of course, there are different levels that this can be done. It could be done at schools, at universities, and in community education. So taking each of these one at a time, this is a quick snapshot of some of the metrics that are being developed on how sustainability content is being integrated into schools. We look at content in the curriculum. We also look at teachers and their ability to teach the content. And then we're looking also at how we can measure changes in behavior. So this is still quite new and these metrics are being developed, but hopefully this slide allows you to see that many countries are moving towards the blue is not started yet. The light green is making some progress, and the dark green means that they've moved a lot towards integrating sustainability in the schools. So we're talking about high schools here. So at the school level, there has been quite a big movement forward in terms of talking about sustainability, teaching kids about sustainability in terms of concepts, and we're starting to measure the progress in that. When we look at universities, it's a little bit more difficult to get data. And some of the papers published around this in particular talk about things like the lack of consistency in the way that we're approaching universities in sustainability in higher education. Even the concepts of sustainability aren't necessarily very consistent. And I noticed in the chat earlier that there was a comment about some of these different terminologies being confusing for farmers as well. And I think in education systems at universities, clearly whether the university is taking a very much economic approach to sustainability, a more environmental biodiversity approach, or a more holistic approach in involving communities, this is quite inconsistent from the data that is available, but there's not a lot available. We have in Asia Pacific an initiative, the Higher Education Sustainability Initiative, and this is looking at trying to increase content and practice of sustainability in universities. This is also looking at how universities manage their facilities and all of those kind of aspects too. The goals of the HESI initiative are here. We don't currently have data on, like we do with schools, to show how well this is being progressed in universities. There has been a little bit of work with our partnerships over the last 7 years, looking at Southeast Asia and agricultural learning and how well they've been integrating sustainability. And it's a little bit mixed. There are definitely universities in the region that have made quite strong moves forward in terms of teaching about this, but there are also others that haven't done so much. And then the third area in terms of communities, and a lot of this came out of partly the concern that a lot of governments have reduced their extension services, and extension services has traditionally been one of the ways that community learning on sustainability and farming practices, other things have happened. And this is summarized from some of the work of Nellis and Visetnoy that's looking at research and extension practices delivered by universities, who also have not necessarily been providing as much support to extension as they have in the past. So again, we don't have a consistent data set that tells us about what is happening with learning about sustainability in agricultural communities. And you can see from this kind of snapshot here, we've got 5 countries, and we do have things continuing and going on, but it's not consistent, and we still need to understand this better to know how effective it is in getting through to communities and enabling them to take on sustainability and integrate it into what they do. So just to wrap up, I just have a few points in terms of moving forward that would be quite good to enable us to focus in and address some of these issues. So the first one relates to data, and to better understand how agricultural education is being delivered at all levels and to what extent sustainability is integrated. So similar to the metrics being developed at school level, the only metric we currently have at universities is the percentage of university graduates that are studying agriculture. So this doesn't really tell us anything about what they're learning or whether or not they're including things like extension, research skills, soft skills, other things in what they're doing. It's just the gross percentage of people that are in the agricultural courses. And it's quite variable. Some countries it's quite high, 7, 8%. A lot of countries it's down at 1%. So that's the only metric we currently have. The second one is learning opportunities. Now, this actually relates to this concern relating to extension services not necessarily being available, or in many cases being provided by companies that are selling fertilizers and pesticides, and they have obviously a vested interest in the information that they're giving. We need to make sure that there is consistent content about sustainability that is understandable, and it's applied across agricultural curricula at all levels. The third point relates back to the dedicated extension services, and this is to make sure the information is getting out to communities so that farmers can be able to take on sustainable practices, understand sustainable practices, and then overall we need some way to monitor what is happening so we have a good picture of the whole of the agricultural education sphere and where sustainability is making progress and where it's not going. So those are a few thoughts just to leave you with for the discussion. And I look forward to seeing the next presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Weiss, for your presentation and for pointing out the need to better integrate sustainability into agricultural education. So I would like now to pass the floor to Professor Hildegard Lingno, Executive Secretary of the Global Forum on Agricultural Research and Innovation. So Dr. Lingno, the floor is yours and you have 10 minutes for your presentation. I think the presentation will be handled on our side.
That's very much appreciated. Thank you for your support. Bonjour, Pierre. Good morning from Rome to everybody. Thank you so much to the organizers for bringing all of us, and I see we have almost 150 people in the room, and that's amazing to see. So to bring all of us together to exchange about topics of common interest. Dear colleagues, distinguished participants, it's my pleasure to present another institutional initiative, which is the Global Forum on Agricultural Research and Innovation. Can we show the slides, please? Not sure I can't see them.
It's coming now.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, this can you please move to the next slide? Yes. And here we go. So I would like to share 5 thoughts with you today. The key messages I would like to convey, who we are in the Global Forum on Agricultural Research and Innovation, how we work, the collective actions we are implementing in cooperation with many of you, and the context in which our main project is situated, which is the EC-funded DESIRA initiative. So the key messages I would like to share with you today is that GFAR, and I'll give you, next slide please, I'll give you a bit more of background in a minute. So if we could go to the key messages slide please, yes, is that we are a global network based in Rome, hosted by FAO, and that we feel well positioned to and stand ready, and that's the main point, of course, to work with you, to work with smallholder and family farmers on the very many challenges that you are facing, that we are facing with regard to food systems transformation. And the role, and that was the other question you are asking, the role that we see for academia and research institutions is the following. First of all, we need to support and work towards developing co-researching modalities, as was mentioned by others, like Ismahane Elouafi, our chief scientist in FAO, that stimulate innovation through closer interaction of different knowledge systems, so not just the academic knowledge system. Second point, we need to also develop functional capacities, kind of life skills, so that people have the capacities to live up to the challenges. And this may require, and we have heard about this also before, curricular changes. And the third point I would like to mention here, that we need to redefine the roles of research and also of extension agents in the context of what people have referred to as co-experimentation, co-learning, co-innovation, co-whatever. So it's all about working together with the science systems and functional capacities of professional agents. And with this, I think how we would like to see the traditional academic institutions working is more like knowledge and innovation brokers than just ivory towers working in a top-down approach. So who are we? Next slide, please. We are the Global Forum on Agricultural Research and Innovation is a collective movement for the transformation of food systems. We have been established 25 years ago. We are co-facilitated by IFAD and FAO, and we are happy to be hosted by FAO in Rome. We have 659 partners, members, in this movement, and we are working coming from 13 different constituencies, joining forces in what we call collective actions. And this is how we work. Next slide, please. We bring together members, partners from these 13 constituencies to tackle development challenges, common challenges that they are facing. And we do so by putting smallholder farmers at the very center of agricultural innovation and research, and by trying to shape and deliver the opportunities as they need it, as they wish. Our members bring together their own commitments and resources, so they join forces, and we are happy to facilitate that and to help them achieve mobilized resources, joining forces, and realizing impact on the ground. We also ensure at the Global Secretariat based in Rome that these collective actions are done in a type of innovation circle, so it's encouraging learning through feedback loops so that we keep on being engaged in a never-ending, hopefully, learning process. The precise collective actions, and thanks for the slide, that we are currently undertaking, as I said, and they can be started, it's always bringing together at least 3, but oftentimes many more partners and members, partner stakeholders, and they can start at local, national, regional, or global level. We are currently proactively doing 2 of them. One is a collective action on forgotten foods. I'll give you some details in the next slide, and another one on inclusive digital transformation of agriculture. We are also planning, but let me say here, GFAR has been dormant for a while, and we have to get up on our feet and up and running again in order to take more collective actions on board. But since we have rebooted it over the last month, we already engaged with our members, and we plan to start or to engage with our members and support them in doing a collective action on participatory research and family farming. And that is something we plan to do with the World Rural Forum and others. And another one on curricular change and higher education transformation, and that we will be happily doing with GCEA and others. Let me also mention that we started thinking and exchanging about a collective action on agroecology. But as I said, we first need to get up on our feet and running again before we can start doing more concrete things in this regard. If I may, 2 more slides on the ongoing collective actions we are doing. So one that is already has been developed into something quite impressive. And I may say so, since it was colleagues who did it and I joined GFAR a couple of months ago only. It's the collective action on forgotten foods. In this collective actions, we have been bringing together members, constituencies from across the world. No, go back, please. Thank you. Because for all of us, we realize that there's too much attention, too much investment going into just a very few number of crops. Just one number to share with you: 70% of all food consumed is just 12 crops. There are so many more. I was happy to discover that, especially during my years-long stay in Cambodia. So there is a lot to rediscover and to invest in, and it's called underused crops. It's called forgotten foods, and I think this is a very nice and tangible expression. These foods have also been neglected by research, despite the fact that they have high nutritional value and that they are also very good in terms of adaptation to climate change challenges. What we managed to do in working together with many partners across the globe is a global manifesto on forgotten food that is the basis. The result was done on the basis of consultations with members and farmers across the world. Sorry, is that somebody speaking to me?
No, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So based on these consultations, we put together a global manifesto on forgotten foods that was launched at the Science Week that FAO hosted in July, and then again at the UN Food System Pre-Summit and at the UN Food System Summit. And since we all agree on this global manifesto, which I am happy to share in case you haven't seen it, we came together, we organized communities of practice and developed a global plan of action for which we are now fundraising for our members to implement in the very specific circumstances they are in. So meaning in countries at regional level, etc. The next slide, please, is about the other collective action we are currently undertaking. It's about inclusive digital transformation of agriculture. And it's all about helping smallholder farmers to harness the benefits of the potential of digital agriculture or digital transformation. So far, we realize, and again, this is based on needs expressed by our members, that they just don't benefit as much as they should from these potentials. And we are working towards identifying farmers' needs and help them benefiting more from the potential of digital agriculture. This is an ongoing process, so please feel free to join. And the last slide I would like to share is also to put these activities into context. We are mainly funded by the European Commission, and this is part of what is called the DESIRA initiative, the development of smart innovation through research in agriculture. It's funded by the European Commission. It's the bulk of the funding goes to initiatives on the ground. And we are just one of these organizations, like the Tropical Agriculture Platform as well, to help coordinate and making sense for all of us. Sorry. And I just wanted to share with you the outputs that we have agreed with the European Commission on this project that we are currently implementing and for another couple of years. And the output number one is all about putting farmers and communities at the center of innovation, and not just putting them, seeing them at the center of innovation, but empowering them to be at the center of innovation. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. I thank you for colleagues for showing the slides. And let me just finish by saying we look very much forward to working with you in case we are not yet doing so. Thank you so much. Merci, Pierre. Back to you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It is very interesting to hear about the collective actions supported by GFAR. I mean, this approach is really, really good. And especially the upcoming ones that you mentioned on participatory research and family farming and curricular change and higher education transformation. I mean, without any doubt, they will both be of high relevance for our work in the region, and we are looking forward to further engage with you. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Matthew McCartney, who is Research Group Leader on Sustainable Water Infrastructure and Ecosystem at the International Water Management Institute in Colombo, in Sri Lanka. I don't know if Dr. McCartney is with us. I couldn't see him in the panelist. Maybe while we try to reach out to Dr. McCartney, maybe we will move to Dr. Fergus Sinclair, who is a chief scientist at C4 ICRAF and co-convener of the Transformative Partnership Platform on Agroecology, the TPP. So Dr. Sinclair, the floor is yours, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Super. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And if Matthew is not available, I could say something about the agroecology initiative, which the TPP has been involved in designing. If you can't get hold of it, much better to get it from him if he's available. So I'm going to concentrate on talking about the TPP and the Coalition for Transformation of Food Systems through Agroecology that the TPP is currently incubating post the United Nations Food Systems Summit. So just sort of in terms of the trajectory of the Transformative Partnership Platform, it sort of started early 2020 based on a whole lot of activity around agroecology, but particularly the HLPE report, which I was the project team leader for. And because that became accepted by CFS, it was the first time that agroecology had got that sort of international recognition as an important contribution to food system transformation. And you can see that the official launch, which was in June this year, and the chief scientist of FAO took part in that, as she has in this meeting. And the TPP was instrumental in the Food Systems Summit in pressing to get agroecology onto the agenda. So there was really a pincer movement in the sense that some civil society groups boycotted UNFSS on the basis that agroecology wasn't being sufficiently dealt with. And then a number of countries, spearheaded by the Friends of Agroecology group in Rome, chaired by Pap Sek, the ambassador to the Rome agencies from Senegal, sent a letter to Agnes Kalibata to ask for agroecology to get on the agenda. It was eventually shoehorned into the pre-summit and was one of the best attended sessions. And then at the summit itself, the coalition emerged as one of the strongest outcomes from UNFSS, with 27 countries and 35 organizations signing the declaration of commitment. And I've got with this presentation, which I've made available to the organizers, I hope they'll make it available to everybody. There are links where you can get hold of the resources that back up the things that I'm saying. So what does the TPP do? Well, it essentially addresses two things: knowledge gaps that are constraining agroecological transitions, and implementation gaps. And it's exactly what it says it is. It's transformative, so it's not just about research, but also about translating that research into action through implementation and understanding how to implement things effectively. It's a partnership, so it involves a lot of different actors. The initial group that were involved in setting it up included FAO, UNEP, BioVision, Switzerland, France, the European Union, and we have the Asian Farmers Association and the African Food Sovereignty Association involved with on the steering committee and in developing the program as it goes forward. And it works in a large diversity of local contexts using a common approach which ensures inclusivity. And it is demand driven from the work on the ground in the engagement landscapes that the work is done. And we call that a paternoster principle of working bottom up, ensuring that we've got feasible and appropriate solutions locally, and top down, ensuring widespread uptake at the same time. And that is really operationalizing the co-creation principle in agroecology. There are 8 working domains of the TPP: socioeconomic viability, pest and disease control, developing holistic metrics, which I'll mention in a moment, policy conducive to agroecological transitions, nutrition, inclusive and responsible water management, ensuring soil health, and the relationship between diversity and resilience. And we're just in the process of developing a domain around issues with livestock. Now, the coalition, which is had the first meeting of its interim steering committee this week, and moves to a full meeting of members next week who've already signed up. It's based on implementing the 13 agroecological principles articulated in the HLP report that fully embrace the 10 FAO elements of agroecology, but state things in actionable principles. So the first key area that the coalition is committed to is implementing the policy recommendations on agroecology from the HLP report that were adopted in the Committee of World Food Security. Now, it's also the case that the recommendations from the report were somewhat watered down by the consensus process in CFS. So there's a real scope for more ambitious implementation, not just restricted to those what was agreed by all the membership of CFS. The second key area is around strengthening research and development programs. And in fact, it's really reconfiguring research and development to be transdisciplinary. So that's problem-oriented, but problem-focused, solution-oriented, and involving all stakeholders in the research process and being reflexive in relation to methodology. And so again, very much the co-creation and really taking local knowledge as seriously as any other form of knowledge, and reconfiguring the power relationships between different knowledge systems and the way in which knowledge of different people, indigenous peoples, farmers, other stakeholders in food systems are juxtaposed with established science. The third area is around agroecologically conducive policies. And you can see that recent review paper, we've looked at different policies and what we know about their implementation. There aren't a lot of specific agroecological policies that we've had enough experience of to be able to look at their effectiveness in terms of impact. But there are quite a lot of relatively new policies. One thing that we are able to identify at this stage in the process of implementation is a sort of missing middle between the intention at international and national levels and commitments to land restoration, to biodiversity conservation, and various climate change aspects, and what actually happens on the ground. And that's got two dimensions. It's cross-sectoral integration, because of course you often have things like forestry, agriculture, environment, trade, key aspects required for agroecological transition sitting in different ministries. And it can be quite difficult to get that cross-sectoral elements together. And then it's cross-scale. And as you go down the scale towards the farmer from the international conventions, things have to be more integrated across sectors. Farmers don't look separately at climate change, land restoration and biodiversity. They bring everything together. And so on the ground action, it is by nature integrated. And the question is, do you then have the structures that will support it? And then the final area is on ensuring public and private investments promote adoption and large-scale implementation of agroecological practices. And an example of the sort of work that TPP is doing in relation to that is documenting the socioeconomic viability of agroecological practices across Africa. And we have a citizen science, the Million Voices Initiative, which is was launched in the United Nations Food Systems Summit, and is reaching out to be inclusive, not just in terms of farmers providing data, but actually being involved in the design and the interpretation and the whole process of developing greater understanding about agroecological transitions. And I would just connect up with what Susan Weiser was saying about metrics. I mean, metrics are absolutely critical, and we don't have metrics that are really looking at all of the impacts of agriculture. And that means that we tend to make perverse decisions because we're not taking into account two main classes of things. One are the externalities, pollutants and so on that are generated with some agricultural practices. But the other is that a lot of variables that are important for sustainability, could be soil carbon or whatever, tend to be slow variables and not without market value. And that means, if they're not valued, then quite often decisions again are perverse. So that's what I wanted to say about the TPP and its connections to the emerging Coalition for Action. And that is a really broad coalition, and it'd be great to connect as much action into that sort of collective effort as possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation and for sharing how the TPP can effectively support the agroecological transition. I'm sure that your presentation will raise a lot of interest among the participants, and I hope that we can further the collaboration later on. So now I would like to invite Dr. Matthew McCartney, research group leader on sustainable water infrastructure and ecosystem at IMWI, the International Water Management Institute in Colombo, Sri Lanka. So Dr. McCartney, the floor is yours, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pierre, and thank you very much, everybody. Let me just try and get my presentation up. Can I just check that you can see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much, and thank you, Fergus, for the discussion on the TPP. I'm just going to talk very briefly now about a presentation, about a new initiative that's being organised by the CG, which links actually very closely to the TPP. We want it to feed into the TPP and to contribute to that process as well. So this is an initiative which is being developed by, like I said, it's being developed by the CG, Consultative Group for International Agricultural Research. It's led by Marcela Quintero, who comes from the Alliance of SEAT and Biodiversity, and myself, Matthew McCartney, I was introduced from the International Water Management Institute. So what the CG is reorganizing itself. As most of you probably know, this is a recognition, really, that business as usual in terms of research is not fit for purpose to address the multiple sort of critical global challenges that we face at the current time. So climate change, biodiversity loss, land and water degradation, etc. And that the research that the CG does needs to become much more impactful. It also is a recognition that we need to work with some urgency, given that climate change and these other, challenges are pretty much crises now, and we need to try and find solutions to these pressing problems very quickly. The CG's developed, it's going to be called the One CG. The idea is to try and bring the different CG centres much more closely together so they work in a much more integrated way. The figure in the middle there basically sums up what we're trying to do in a single diagram. We're want to work across 3 action areas: systems transformation, resilient agri-food systems, and genetic innovation. And these will work through what we're calling initiatives, which are supposed to be a coherent set of research programs that work in combination to try and find solutions at scale. And of course, it's all been driven by impact pathways, recognizing, of course, that research alone will not bring about change. So through these impact pathways, which hopefully can scale the research we do and make it more impactful. And with the ultimate aim of trying to address 5 impact areas around nutrition, health and food security, poverty reduction and livelihoods, gender equality, climate change, adaptation and mitigation, and environmental health and biodiversity. So each of the initiatives is supposed to address these 5 impact areas. And in each case, some more than others, but in some way across all of the 5 impact areas. So the challenges are, as we all know, the challenges, agriculture and food production and its interaction with water and land systems is basically central to these global challenges that I mentioned earlier, both contributing to them and of course impacted by them. And we have to be aware, of course, that these challenges that we're addressing, we'll also need to think about things like also trying to reduce hunger, poverty, and issues around equity. All these things need to be addressed in coherent, in a coherent way, and rigorously in the next few years. So this is just basically a summary of some of the issues that we know are the problems with agriculture at the moment. Many current agricultural practices are undermining food, land and water systems. 40% of arable land is degraded. 64% of agricultural land is contaminated by agrochemicals. Water pollution is a big issue. Biodiversity loss is, of course, is also critical. And we know that this focus, the past focus on just increasing yield and increasing production has not actually eliminated world hunger and malnutrition. Some of these issues are actually getting worse at the moment, and it hasn't reduced poverty in rural areas. So this is why we need to have a new focus in the way we do agriculture and the way we do research for agriculture. And I should just mention, it's interesting that a recent FAO study found that something like 90% of current agricultural subsidies, which globally amounts to something like $540 billion a year, actually contribute to measures that are inefficient, harmful to the environment and human health, and drive inequality. So currently, these subsidies are just actually making things worse. So the agroecology initiative that we're designing and has been designed is against this background of needing to urgently transform food systems and agriculture. We recognise, of course, that food systems now, agriculture needs to be less dependent on agrochemicals. We need to restore soil health. We need to convert agriculture from a carbon source to a carbon sink. And we need to stop polluting water and use it more responsibly. The question is, of course, is how we go about this. And this agroecology initiative is based on the premise that transformation of agriculture, underpinned by the agroecological principles that Fergus has mentioned, provides a solution to many of these challenges. But if it's to be successful, it needs to be done at scale across a wide range of different contexts. And in particular, it needs to be applicable to poor, small-scale household farmers living in developing countries. So we want to work directly with farmers and with other food system actors to demonstrate that actually agroecology does provide the solution. And we want to provide a scientific evidence base of what we can do or what is needed to encourage uptake and to scale across diverse contexts. I should say that the proposal that we came up with was developed through a consultative process with a design team that had inputs from a wide range of different institutions, both from the CG itself, but also from other partners, and with a wide range of experience of agroecology in different places. So the initiative will focus initially on 7 countries, working in 7 different countries, which are shown here. We've already had consultations in each of those countries with NGOs, with government, but also with the NGOs and others working on agroecology in each country, basically to ensure that these are good locations and there's real opportunity for agroecology to work in these places. And this just shows the sort of conceptualization of the steps needed to achieve an agroecological transition at scale. And of course, we recognize that everything is very context specific, and we need to work with farmers and other food system actors and other stakeholders, as Fergus mentioned, to achieve this transformation at scale. What we're proposing is we'll adopt the agroecological principles, which again, Fergus has probably mentioned, but around fairness, participation, connectivity, recycling, etc., all of which were outlined in that HLPE report. And the primary objective of the program is to show that agroecology can work and that there are pragmatic mechanisms to promote investment and uptake by smallholder farmers in low-income countries. And we will work across scales, so not only on the biophysical aspects of agroecology, but very importantly, I guess, on those elements that actually create the enabling environment required to facilitate transformation to agroecology at scale. So I think where in the past there's been quite a lot of research on what works on the ground at relatively small scales, and we have demonstrations that the agroecology can work at that scale. What we want to try and do is show how we can create this enabling environment to encourage uptake and actually demonstrate that it can be made to work at much larger scales across landscapes and territorial food systems. So we'll work with 5 work packages, 3 of which basically focus on co-innovation and creation of an evidence base, and 2 of which focus much more on uptake and scaling of these interventions. So work package 1 is around these agroecological living labs, we're calling them. So these are transdisciplinary locations. So this is where the initiative will sort of be grounded, and it's central to it's very, very central to the initiative. So these are the geographic locations where we plan to work in each of the participating countries. And this is where we'll work with the farmers and other food system actors to identify both constraints as well as opportunities for upscaling agroecology. And this is where we want to test innovations, again, working with farmers and others to ensure that innovations are pragmatic, and they can be scaled. Work package 2 is around an evidence base. Just now, Fergus mentioned the fact that we need metrics that can look at not just production, but all sorts of other issues associated with agriculture, including the externalities. And so this is an evidence base that we want to enable comparison of benefits and trade-offs, and particularly to look at the difference between business as usual and agroecological alternatives across each of the living labs. Work package 3 will be on development of inclusive business models and financing strategies. So we want these, mechanisms, we hope, that can promote uptake of agroecological practices. Work package 4 is around strengthening the policy and institutional enabling environment, not just of the agricultural sector, but again, as Fergus mentioned, it's got to be broader than just agriculture, but across all the relevant sectors to ensure, again, that there's opportunity and that enabling environment is in place to enable scaling. And then work package 5 is around understanding and trying to influence behaviour, not just of farmers, but also other food system actors, including, of course, very importantly, consumers. So what are the incentives that could be used to try and ensure that agroecological practices are actually implemented and enhanced? And this could, for instance, mean perhaps redirecting some of those subsidies, which I mentioned earlier. This is just a figure trying to show how the different work packages come together. It's the living labs central to this, working across territorial food systems, one in each of the 7 countries where we plan to work, and then 2 work packages shown on the right-hand side there, trying to help with generating this evidence base, so understanding and influencing behavioural change, but also a holistic assessment process, which we can enable comparisons, and then adaptive scaling strategies. So on the left-hand side, thinking about business models and the policies and the institutional arrangements which can help or can contribute to scaling. The program will run initially for 3 years, so it's not a very long time scale. These are the outcomes that we want to try and achieve in that 3-year process. I should say we hope that the program will run for until 2030. This 1CG research strategy is actually till 2030, and the intention is that these initiatives will run initially for 3 years, but then with the possibility, although it's not guaranteed at this point, of extending for two more 3-year periods up to 2030. So these are just the outcomes that we would hope to achieve in the first of the 3-year period. So working with small-scale farmers, collaborate with researchers, etc., co-developing, testing and scaling context-relevant innovations within the agroecological living labs. Researchers, farmers, communities, etc., using the knowledge gained from the science-based assessments to promote agroecological initiatives and so on. And so you can see that we want to work not just with farmers, but across the different stakeholders in the recognition that if agroecology is to be scaled, then it needs contribution from all of these different food system actors and others. And very importantly, working with national and regional policymakers, so making sure government and others are involved and can try and modify policies and institutional arrangements to ensure that agroecological principles are mainstreamed. And then the impacts this is hopefully by 2030, just to show that, this is what the long-term aim is, to bring about real change on the ground at scale. And so these are again fairly broadly defined at the moment. And what we're hoping to do is working with farmers and with others, so this within the living labs, make these contextually relevant to each of the locations where we'll work. So this is just a very broad overview of the type of thing that we want to ultimately achieve. But the real point of the whole of the CG reorganization is to try and make sure that we do have this impact at scale on the ground. And it's not just another academic exercise. And with that, I'd just like to say thank you very much, and open to any questions. Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This upcoming initiative on transformational agroecology across food, land, and water system is very promising, and I'm sure that this will draw a lot of interest in the region, especially with the two countries that you mentioned, with Laos and India. I mean, from what I remember, the consultation you organized in Laos in July was already quite well attended, and looking forward also to continue to engage on this. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Ilaria Firmian, Regional Specialist in the Asia and the Pacific Division at the headquarters of the International Fund for Agricultural Development. I don't know if Ms. Firmian is with us. Yes. So the floor is yours, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Kindly try to not speak too quickly for the translator. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning from Rome to all. As you may have seen, there's been a slight change in the program. I'm presenting on behalf of Abdelkarim Zma, who was previously planned to join, but he couldn't. And I will present IFAD perspective on challenges of family farming and the role of academia and research institutions in support of the transition towards sustainable farming systems. According to the Global Action Plan developed by FAO and IFAD for the UN Decade of Family Farming, there are 5 main challenges that farmers face, and they are related first to climate change threats, so to the need to identify climate diversified production system and implement climate resilient practices in different landscapes. Then lack of voice and visibility, and the need for more horizontal exchanges between farmers and increasing their negotiation and advocacy skills. Slow business services and the need to improve capacity of small and micro enterprises and improve access to value chains, markets, and finance. Limited human capital, so need for investment in capacity building programs and in human capital overall. And last, lack of access to information and communication technologies and need to inclusive rural information and communication services and improve knowledge sharing capacity, in particular of producers' organizations. The same report, the same action plan actually, also identifies innovation and knowledge as the main levers to address the challenges mentioned above. And in particular, we refer to knowledge in terms of investment in digital knowledge and skills to close the digital divide, and strengthening knowledge sharing mechanism for generating, documenting, sharing knowledge, and for exchanging on good practices and lessons learned. In terms of innovation, we refer mainly to promote innovation in building resilience to climate change, for example, by connecting multiple resilience programs into climate resilience landscape plans, and also to promote agroecological market innovations to increase availability of diverse, affordable, and healthy food and allocate greater value to agroecological products. Academic and research institutions play an important role both in identifying and piloting relevant innovations and also in generating knowledge in support of the transformation to sustainable farming systems. IFAD works with academic and research institutes mainly in three main ways. First, in identifying innovative mechanisms, for example, around agroecological production, transformation and commercialization, and also in facilitating policy dialogue. Secondly, in strengthening family farmers organization by making them more aware and more knowledgeable of their rights and ensure their meaningful participation in decision-making processes. And thirdly, in developing knowledge products and knowledge processes, in particular in support of the use of international instruments, best practices, and lessons learned. IFAD has a long history and still an ongoing engagement with a number of academia and research institutions, as well as farmers' organization in support of food system transformation. Generally, this engagement happens through regional grants, and they cover very different domains. So these slides just gives an overview of ongoing, of recently completed grants in this area. And as you can see, we had like different areas of focus, going from climate smart agriculture in partnership with SARC Agriculture Center. We had the focus on sustainable farming in tropical landscape in collaboration with both ICRAF and Rainforest Alliance, but also with private sector and Mars. We have a program of support for the Asian Farmers Association to build the capacity of farmers organization. We have another program really focusing at agriculture transformation, mainly at policy level with IFPRI. We have also some program targeting transformation in specific ecosystems, like in mountain ecosystem with ICIMOD. And more recently, we have also been moving to focus on digital transformation in collaboration, in particular with Croatia. Lastly, I'll also mention a specific facility that IFAD has developed for a post-COVID recovery called the Rural Poor Stimulus Facility, which leverage innovation across all these different areas. Also in recent years, IFAD has really strengthened its commitment on climate resilience. These slides just give an overall, because this aspect is important in terms of transformation. So for IFAD 11, for the replenishment, the 11th replenishment of IFAD resources, so between 2019 and 2021, IFAD had committed that 25% of its 3.5 billion program would have been climate focused. And these data are from the Climate Action Report just published. So by end, it covers 2019 and 2020. So by the end of 2020, the commitment was already basically achieved. And for IFAD 12, so from 2022-24, the target has been increased to 40% of IFAD program of loan and grants being climate focused. Data show that most of the focus is on adaptation and limited focus on mitigation at the moment. Also, all IFAD projects are now screened for climate risk. The new country strategies all incorporate national determined contribution priorities. Another important commitment from IFAD is the one outlined in its environment and climate change strategy, which covers the period 2019-2025, which is of mobilizing extra 500 million in supplementary climate finance. So both from Adaptation Fund, JEF, GCF, but also from IFAD own ESA Plus program. And by December 2020, already 150 million were mobilized. What is also very new to IFAD, with presenting its first biodiversity strategy to the executive board this month, is a renewed commitment to biodiversity, nature-based solution, and attention to agroecology. And IFAD made a commitment to focus 30% of its climate finance on nature-based solution by 2030. As I was saying, the IFAD's work on agroecology is relatively recent, and a stock take of IFAD's agroecology work has just been published. So the stock take looks at its program of loan and grant, analyzing 207 projects that have been or will be completed in the period of time 2018-2023. And 60 of these projects are implemented in the Asia and the Pacific region. So based, IFAD of course collaborated with FAO, and the 10 is guided by the 10 elements of agroecology developed by FAO, but based focus the analysis basically on 3 key elements, which are first, resource use efficiency, second, recycling water, nutrients, biomass, and energy. And third, diversifying and integrating different farming sectors with high level of biodiversity. So based on these elements, the projects analyzed have been classified into different categories. So those where all the 3 elements are observed at farm and project area level and involving all project beneficiaries are classified as agroecology based. Then if the elements are observed but not across the entire project area, they are classified as partially agroecology based. Same if only 2 of the 3 elements are observed. And if less than 2 elements are observed, these are non-agroecology projects. So for the Asian and the Pacific region, we have basically 10% of projects that are fully agroecology based and 46% partially. What is interesting from IFAD is that the analysis has been looking at how agroecology projects link to IFAD so-called mainstreaming priorities, which are climate change, gender, youth, and nutrition. And it's clear that agroecology-based projects have a much higher incorporation of these themes. So around 80% of projects integrate these themes compared to non-agroecology based projects. Only youth is a bit less strong, but also because it's more of a recent priority for IFAD. And gender is the only area which is also high in non-agroecology projects, probably because it has always been a key priority for IFAD. I will conclude just with one example of one of the projects that are the agroecology-based project in IFAD, where the collaboration with academia and research institution has been very key. The project is called Adaptation in the Mekong Delta, which recently closed in Vietnam, and worked with academia and research institute to build the evidence-based for adaptation, to select and test the climate change adaptation models, and organize training, develop guidelines, and recommend replication through a matching grant fund that was used to co-finance a shift to climate smart practices. So, for example, there was the promotion of rice shrimps rotation, organic integrated pest and soil fertility management, water use efficiency. The project also tested a water saline content monitoring and forecasting system. And it also had many activities focusing on policy dialogue around climate change and vulnerability at both provincial and national level. What is interesting is that the fund, this matching grant fund, was operationalized through collaboration with organizations such as farmers unions, women's union, other, the youth or other groups. And there is, the project achieved amazing results with almost 90,000 people trained, with 50% women and 28% ethnic minority. Over 130 climate resilience farm innovation have been adopted. And what is interesting is that an impact assessment was undertaken for this project, and the analysis for the control group showed that also 4,000 non-beneficiary households adopted the practice promoted by the project, and they reported a 10% increase in productivity and 9% increase in income improvement. So with that, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for highlighting the relevance of agroecological approaches to better address IFAD mainstreaming priorities, especially climate change, gender, nutrition, indigenous people, and youth. It is really great to hear the strong support of IFAD to family farmers and their organization and its engagement with academia and research institutes. There is no doubt also that we can foster more collaboration in the region. Lastly, to conclude this part on institutional initiative, I would like to kindly request the organizer to play a recorded presentation of Dr. Wayne Nellis. He used to be a visiting scholar in Chulalongkorn University in Thailand, and is now a rural homestead farmer in West Canada. Over to you for the presentation.
Sorry, just a second.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Can we play that after the next presenter?
Okay, so then we will move to the the next part, I guess, because it's true that we are running a bit late. Given that we have quite a dense afternoon, we may not take a question yet. We will see later on if we have a little bit of time, but feel free to put all your questions in the Q&A chat box, because if we can't address them today, we can come back to you later on. So following this first part on institutional initiative, it is now very important to move to the field and to hear from grassroots level movement and initiative. And we will hear now from a broad range of inspiring speakers. So to start this part, I have the great pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Vijay Kumar, who is an advisor to the government of Andhra Pradesh in India for agriculture and cooperation, and is the strongest promoter of the community-based natural farming movement. So Mr. Kumar, the floor is yours and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Pierre. Is my voice okay?
Yes,
audible?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Pierre, for this opportunity to present the views of practitioners. I am from Andhra Pradesh, India. Andhra Pradesh has a population of 54 million. It's south of India. And we have a very long coastline, around 1,000 kilometers. So there are frequent cyclones, floods. We also have a southern part of the state, which is semi-arid. So we have droughts. So it's a state where we have a lot of extremes in weather. And we have around 8 million farmers and landless farm workers. So this is our, the farmers' households, farm workers' households, and operating over 8 million hectares. And our vision is that by 2030-31, all 8 million farmers and farm workers transform to natural farming. Before going into the results and what we are grappling with around the knowledge areas, so just to what is community managed natural farming? It's a part of the overall FAO defined 10 elements of agroecology. It embraces all the 10 elements. And in terms of the land management practices, we actually promote what we call as 365 days green cover. That means keeping the ground covered with diverse live crops. And if for some months we don't have live crops, then crop residues. Have as much diversity in the crops as possible, minimize tillage, integrate animals into farming, which is a very good traditional practice, and use of biostimulants, which are made from cow dung, cow urine, a variety of other natural products. So these are very unique, the biostimulants, in the context of Indian agroecology. And these biostimulants are ensuring that the transition to in natural farming is as seamless as possible. So these biostimulants work with reference to seed treatment, soil amendments, crop growth, and then during the reproductive phase. And pest management is through botanical extract, apart from good agronomical practices. And we also promote the use of indigenous seeds. So we have principles and practices. So these are then combined. The farmers combine them in their own way, because farmers also have plenty of traditional knowledge and the conventional chemical agriculture that has come in. So there's a transition period where both systems sort of operate together, and then farmers gradually get rid of the chemicals completely, and they are entirely on completely natural systems. It takes 3 to 5 years for this transformation to happen. And this is a very, very knowledge intensive system, because it involves behavior change in the face of, it's like swimming against the tide. When the agriculture department is saying use these chemicals, the universities are saying use synthetic chemicals, and then the private sector is busy advertising all the latest, most toxic products as somehow protecting life. So that's the kind of a universe we are in. And no wonder agroecology has not scaled up, because it is running against very heavy opposition. In Andhra Pradesh, we started this program in 2016 with about 40,000 farmers from 700 villages who started this journey. And last year, we had reached out to 750,000 farmers and farm workers, and we were present in close to 4,000 villages. So we extend the footprint to 28% villages and 10% farmers and farm workers. And this year we hope to reach 1 million farmers and farm workers. So in the next 3 years, we'll have footprint in all villages of the state. The impacts have been very, very remarkable. The so-called myth of yield penalty, we've been able to bust that. And during the last independent assessment for the major crops, the natural farming fields yields were higher anywhere from 1% to 14%, up to 15%. But net incomes went up from 60% to 400%. So because the costs come down very substantially. And apart from this, tremendous impacts on resilience, the impact on home gardens, then increase in biodiversity, better soil fertility, and very important result, something which I didn't imagine will be so significant, is that water consumption for crops has come down very, very significantly. In the very first year of transition, farmers are reporting anywhere between 15% to 20% water saving. And in the fifth year, we have farmers who are in the fifth year of natural farming reporting 50 to 60% savings in water. This has been one very unexpected bonus from this. It also shows how quickly nature restores the soil, etc., if we go in harmony with the principles of nature. Now, we have taken a stand that this has to be done in every village in the state. And when we enter a village, we should reach out to every farm family in the village, especially with the help of the women self-help groups. So what has helped us on ground are the network of women self-help groups and their federations, which have a 20-year history in Andhra Pradesh. So these women leaders are really the champions who are taking this forward. And supporting them in knowledge dissemination are the community resource persons or master farmers. So this is our ecosystem. You have master farmers. Farmers, 86% of them are small and marginal farmers, and almost 90% are organized into self-help groups. So this learning is experiential learning. It's not academic teaching. It is a farmer, convincing other farmers, staying with the farmers. We also have extensively utilized, FAO services in promoting farmer field schools. So the challenges are basically, this goes against the mainstream agriculture research and agriculture teaching systems. So that is the problem that we are facing. And the mainstream system is asking farmers to prove the results instead of working with farmers to understand what results are coming. Because you see, there's total disbelief that farmers are actually happy with agroecology. Farmers are getting these kind of results. So what I would really urge is a better relationship between scientists from the conventional institutions and farmers, where they respect farmers' knowledge and where they do some of their work in the farmers' fields instead of confining it only to the research centers in the university system. Because several studies have shown that the agriculture extension system is very weak. So the source of knowledge to farmers is actually coming from other farmers, from advertisements, from the seller of inputs. So this is a very skewed system, very, very disadvantageous to the farmers. So we have to set this right. Otherwise, we are pushing farmers further into a precipice. And I'm really very impressed by the presentations made by IFAD, IMI, and of course, Fergus, because they're all very strongly resonating with the kind of work that we are doing. And but these seem to be exceptions, because the kind of things that we are dealing with, where scientists are telling us that these results are not possible. They are saying, this goes against their modeling. So can we not have a new research, which is basically, which I would like to call as accompanying research? You join the farmers, you see what they are doing. If you think you have a better system, you demonstrate it, so that there is a learning happening between the formal system of science and because I believe very strongly that farmers are scientists, They're not busy writing papers. They're busy improving their lives. And somewhere when science, formal science, comes out of its isolation, and also we're not looking at whether the formal current conventional practices, how harmful are they to the climate, etc. So that introspection is not happening. That is the other problem that I have. But I do hope that this two-day consultation enables a change. I would really like, you know, our own agriculture universities, agriculture research institutions, incorporating these principles of respecting farmers' knowledge, respecting Mother Nature into the regular courses. I'll conclude here. I think I hope I'm on time here. I'll conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vijay, for your inspiring, for sharing your inspiring experience in Andhra Pradesh. I have to say that I particularly noted that women leaders of self-help group are a critical success factor for scaling up the adoption of agroecology in Andhra Pradesh, and this built upon over 20 years of experience. So you are supporting an ongoing, really at scale, successful experience, but it has to be noted that it's a transition process that needs time, and this is really important to take into consideration. Now, given that among our speakers, not all of us are in the same time zone, we are going to change a little bit the agenda, and I would like to pass the floor to Tammy Jonas, who is based in Australia. So she's 4 or 5 hours ahead of us. She's the president of the Australian Food Sovereignty Alliance, but also a farmer. And so she will share a presentation. We will share on her behalf the presentation, if it's possible, Irish.
Yes, 1 second.
And Tammy, the floor is yours, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Great. Thanks, Pierre. Thanks for having us here, and thank you to all the former speakers as well. It's been a really interesting session so far. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm joining you from the unceded lands of the Dja Wurrung and pay my respects to their elders past and present. And note that I myself am an agroecological farmer, along with my husband, Stuart, and our community here on the farm, as well as being the president of the Australian Food Sovereignty Alliance and a member of the International Planning Committee for Food Sovereignty. And I'm also doing a PhD at University of Western Australia on the biodiverse and decolonial practices of small-scale farmers, and the role of the state in hindering or enabling their efforts. So from that position, I approach, sorry, second slide, please. I can't see it.
Yeah, sorry, it's not yet up. A few seconds.
All right.
Please.
Okay. From that position, I would just like to say I approach the question of what challenges family farmers face from that position of a farmer, a food sovereignty activist, and a scholar. And so the things I want to share today come from the past decade of those activities. And I'd like to start with a gathering of smallholders from across Asia and the Pacific when we came together in July 2021 as part of the People's Autonomous Response to the UN Food Systems Summit to discuss what our proposals are for a radical transformation of the food system. Our solutions focused on the following things.
Sorry, Tammy, but Irish, we can't see the presentation.
Yes, sorry, 1 second.
Sorry, Tammy.
That's okay. I think the things I'm saying, I'll be able to come back to this slide anyway. The words on it will become clear as I do this. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So our solutions focused on the importance of agency and autonomy of Indigenous peoples, peasants, and fisherfolk in solving the problems we face on the ground. They need to be embedded in place and determined democratically. We must continue to form stronger alliances across countries in the region to fight corporate control of the food system. We must continue building producer-owned cooperatives for production, processing, and distribution. And we need secure land tenure and access to natural resources. And we resolve to strengthen the struggle against land grabbing. We need a radical paradigm shift away from the blue economy to blue justice in fisheries, which is crucial for climate justice, encompassing economic, social, and environmental justice. And finally, we must promote and scale out agroecology as a science, a set of practices, and a social movement, as agroecology is central to the genuinely radical transformation of the food system that we need. Next slide, thank you. A feature of peasant and Indigenous communities is what scholar James C. Scott calls metis, which means a wide array of practical skills and acquired intelligence in responding to a constantly changing natural and human environment. Scott writes of the intentional erosion of metis as it has been replaced by standardized formulas legible only from the center as a central organizing principle of both the state and large-scale bureaucratic capitalism. We know that family farmers are some of the original and best innovators, and that they become this with deeply place-based knowledges that should be respected. In trying to simplify our interactions with complex systems of nature, humans have created the multiple crises of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pandemics of increasing numbers of zoonotic diseases. Next slide, please. Economic, political, knowledge, and cultural lock-ins can limit the ability of farmers to shift to agroecology. Agroecology tends to be delegitimized by actor networks whose theories of change stymie such transitions. Strong beliefs amongst science, industry, and government elites in the power of science and technology to overcome climate constraints are leading to agroecology being ignored. Australian academic Alastair Iles explains that some of the implications of neoliberal agriculture policies for agroecology include weak farmer resources for adopting agroecological practices, demoralized and eroding rural communities, and investment in export support instead of environmental support. Next slide, please. The enabling dynamics, on the other hand, for an agroecological transition include crises, coalescing social organization, effective agroecological practices, external allies, and favorable policies. And all of these dynamics are currently coalescing in the global pandemic, a strengthening and increasingly mobilized global food sovereignty movement, and the emergence of more agroecology schools following a pedagogy of horizontal knowledge exchanges. Next slide. Across Asia and the Pacific, our peasants' organizations are facilitating farmer-to-farmer knowledge exchanges in field schools and workshops. In Timor-Leste, Mokotils peasant organization members, such as the UNAER, train farmers in leadership and agroecology following Via Campesina, Paulo Freire methodologies. In Indonesia, SPI facilitates School of Agroecology and Seed Field Days. And in 2016, hosted an exchange with the Korean Women Peasants Association for cross-cultural knowledge sharing of agroecology and the struggle for the right to peasant seeds. At the Amrita Bhumi Center, who will be speaking in this session as well, Chuki will, in the southern state of Karnataka, India, La Via Campesina hosts agroecology schools to support the growth of young farmers in particular. And here in Australia, the Australian Food Sovereignty Alliance commenced our agroecology workshops hosted by farms in diverse geographical settings just this year. So what is the role of academic and research institutions from a family farmer's point of view? Constructing knowledge for food sovereignty, agroecology, and biocultural diversity entails reversing top-down research. We believe that the agroecology and food sovereignty transition will succeed best if led by farmers and actively supported by researchers. Here are some of the ways that researchers can support farmer-led research. The creation and maintenance of public databases of research and researchers around agroecology. They can connect honors, postgraduate, and early career researchers to farmers to co-create and co-design projects in both physical and social sciences. And they can provide support for the farmer-led agroecology schools. Our our fledgling schools need both administrative and financial support quite often, as we are often voluntary organizations. I'd like to finish by sharing these wise words from the father of participatory action research, Orlando Falsborda. Falsborda worked closely with peasants in Colombia, where he and a group of colleagues made themselves available as researcher activists for the activities of the National Association of Peasant Users. They helped coordinate research priorities with the leaders. They studied the history of peasant struggles and collaborated with peasant researchers to prepare accessible materials for an organizational readership, thereby transforming research into a political organizing tool. I'll read his quote here to remind all of us that researchers should remember that family farmers are the experts when it comes to farming and living a life in common with nature, because they inhabit this life every day. They are not lacking in what Scott calls meters. They're engaged in a constant struggle instead against those with more economic and political power than they have. And academic and research institutions would do well to support them in their struggles. Falsborda said, "Do not monopolize your knowledge nor impose arrogantly your technique, but respect and combine your skills with the knowledge of the researched or grassroots communities, taking them as full partners and co-researchers. Do not depend solely on your culture to interpret facts, but recover local values, traits, beliefs, and arts for action by and with the research organizations. And finally, do not impose your own ponderous scientific style for communicating results, but diffuse and share what you have learned together with the people in a manner that is wholly understandable and even literary and pleasant. For science should not necessarily be a mystery nor a monopoly of experts and intellectuals." And I'll leave you here for a moment while we finish with some references that I would argue are very excellent ones. Many of them are participatory research themselves. Many are things like James C. Scott's Seeing Like a State, help us understand the ways that the state has tried to help people, but often failed when it takes top-down approaches. I hope that you have time to write down some of these and maybe time to read them. I don't know how many languages they're translated into, but I know this will be also recorded so that you can write these down later if you need to. Thanks very much for having me.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for highlighting both the barriers and the enabling dynamic to the agroecology transition. I note in particular that constructing knowledge for food sovereignty, agroecology, and biocultural diversity entail reversing top-down research. This is well noted and will be part of the proceedings. And also we will share all the presentations, so all the reference that you shared will be shared with all the participants. So thank you very much. Now I'm very happy to introduce you Ms. Esther Penunia, the Secretary General of the Asia Farmer Association for Sustainable Rural Development, will present. So Ms. Penunia, you have the floor is yours and you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Pierre, and I am sharing my screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon to friends and colleagues in Asia, and good morning to friends in Europe. I'm very pleased that we are all here today. And today, in this session, I would like to share with you Asian family farmers' initiatives on agroecology, the challenges, the successes we face, as well as what are our recommendations, particularly focusing on the role of the agriculture research institutions. Okay. But first, let me tell you about AFA. AFA is a regional farmers organization. We have 22 member organizations in 16 countries in Asia, comprising 13 million small-scale women and men farmers engaged in crops, livestock, fisheries, forestry, herding, and pastoralism. And if we look at the global and regional statistics on family farmers, we could really see the importance of the family farmers as a constituency. Globally, there are 608 million family farmers. 74% of them are in Asia. And 84% of the family farms globally are small scale. And most of these small scale farmers are in Asia. And then 80% of the food consumed in Asia are from small-scale family farmers. So that is why we can say that Asian family farmers, which our constituency is composed of, has a big role to play in terms of food security in the region. And yet, 62% of the world's hungriest are in Asia, and family farmers are most vulnerable to climate change because our livelihoods depend naturally on weather and climate to have good crops. So since we were established in 2002, we have already put in our agenda, in what we call our peasant agenda, the promotion of sustainable agriculture. Before 2010, we were calling it sustainable agriculture, but after 2010, when we participated in the Rio Summit for Sustainable Development, we now call it agroecology. But our members have practiced various forms and technologies of agroecology and sustainable agriculture, including bioextract, biocompost, biohormone, use of local and select seeds, herbal pesticides, integrated diversified organic farming, crop diversification, even production of visual aids and tools so that farmers will learn about agroecology, fruit tree propagation, fish breeding, village veterinary, volunteer services, agroforestry, sustainable fishing, and permaculture. So let us give you some examples at the farm level and at the national level. So one, the Integrated Diversified Organic Farming System, IDOFS, by Pakisama, AFA member in the Philippines, and we would like to feature here the farming couple Aming and Dante Pajaron, who are farmer beneficiaries of the Agrarian Reform Program of the Philippines and are leaders and farmer technicians of AFARBAMCO, the local cooperative, which is a member of Pakisama, the national FO or farmer organization, and Pakisama is a member of AFA. So what were their main interventions when they started in 2010 in their farm, 1.3 hectares of farm? They did farm planning, some kind of a land use plan for their farm. They attended seminars and tours that were organized by their cooperative and their national FO. And when they have decided on what to do with their farm and what to plant, they had seed selection and seed breeding, mainly for organic farming. And of course, resource accessing, helped by the national FO, the local FO, and the regional FO, which is AFA. So 10 years after their farm, called Dalagang Bukid or Rural Maiden, you can see here in their 1.3 hectare farm, integrated farmland with trees, fruit trees, with crops, vegetables, and paddy, with livestock, ducks, pigs, and goats, and with fish. What are the key results of their efforts for agroecology? Now they have reported that they are earning at least $600 USD per month, which is thrice the minimum wage in the Philippines for rural areas. Then they have attracted the youth, their sons and daughters to agriculture. There is food security, biodiversity, healthy soils, good food, and landscape in the farm. Plus, they have won awards as outstanding family farmers in the local region, recognizing their efforts. Okay. So for our second example, let me tell you about this agriculture cooperative member of the Farmer and Nature Net in Cambodia, which is also a member of APA. And it is good to note that FNN was a product of the partnership between NGOs, which is SEDAC, and research institution, primarily GRET, I think, in system of rice intensification in Cambodia. So this cooperative was established in August 2012 with 244 members, 55% of which are women. The key businesses are agriculture credit and the clustering of the farmers into organic rice, vegetable, chicken, and pig producer groups. Plus, they run an organic rice mill. all in 200 hectares, including 80 hectares of organic rice fields. Aside from the production and processing, the cooperative also went into strengthened governance processes, regular meetings, and computerized financial management. What are the results? No? There is higher prices. Farmers reported higher prices and therefore higher incomes to them, expansion of marketing channels, and leading to more markets, as well as increased capital of the agriculture cooperative, making farmers receive more dividends and patronage refunds from their cooperative. So that is at the national level and at the local level. What do we do at the regional level? First, AFA conducts regional learning exchanges. Just yesterday, we concluded an exchange on viable and resilient small-scale farming in the new normal. And just a week ago, we had an exchange on linking customary tenure recognition with food security and traditional livelihoods. And these webinars are also in partnership with other institutions, government, and NGOs like ASEAN. With this customary tenure, we work in partnership with the ASEAN Sectoral Working Group on Social Forestry, as well as with we are also working with a Sectoral Working Group on Agriculture Cooperatives and the ASEAN Center for the Development of Agriculture Cooperatives, or ASEDAC. And we are being invited, and when we are invited, we go to the webinars and meetings of the ASEAN Climate Resilience Network. But as Mr. Bakhtir Hossain of SAARC said, we have a partnership also with SAARC since, I think, 2017. We have conducted various learning and policy exchanges on the UNDFF, the Community-Based Seed Systems, Cooperatives Forum, Women and Youth in Agriculture, and upcoming, it was supposed to be last November, but we postponed it to March, upcoming is Sustainable Food Systems. What about global advocacy? So at the global level, we try to bring and articulate the voices, the perspective of members at the regional and global level. So particularly for the processes in the Food System Summit, we conducted 10 independent dialogues in 10 countries. And then we consolidated the results of the national dialogues into a series of 5-day webinar on farmers and fishers solutions, and we partnered with the other farmers organizations in Asia Pacific. And then at the global level, we partnered with other farmers organizations at the global level, and because of this partnership, we were able to produce a Global Food Systems Summit independent dialogue of farmers organizations. And because also of our active engagement in the food system process, we were able to learn and join the Coalition on Agroecology and the TPP on Agroecology that Dr. Fergus Sinclair mentioned earlier. Dr. Hildegard also mentioned about GFAR and the collective action on forgotten food and digital agriculture. We are partners of this, and we really want to see and operationalize the equal partnership between farmers organizations, and research institutions in the design and in the implementation of research projects. So we are also partnering with ARI on this. Also, we are 3 CSOs are represented in the Multilateral Funding Facility Global Agriculture and Food Security Program. And in this GAPSP facility, the 3 CSOs, including AFA, are influencing the directions of GAPSP in terms of promoting agroecology and making a call for proposal and financing the agroecology projects and initiatives of producer organizations. And then at the regional level, AFA is an advisory committee, and the national members, especially in Laos, are implementing partners of the ASET project in ASEAN. Okay. So if agroecology is good, why do family farmers why are family farmers hesitant not to go to agroecology? Because admittedly, even in our membership, we still do not have a majority of members doing agroecology. And these are the reasons that they say, when we are consulting them. First, they do not know how. Second, they do not believe. Third, it's hard and tedious work. Fourth, it's during transition, they will lose income. And fifth, there are little incentives, especially if the government is incentivizing chemical intensive farming through, for example, free fertilizers and free chemical pesticides. So we just had a discussion with our colleague from Sri Lanka, and we were very happy when Sri Lanka committed to massively scale up organic agriculture. But we learned that farmers were angry about that kind of policy, because that transition from highly chemical intensive to organic agriculture was so abrupt, that they could not get income, and they do not even know how. There's no one to teach them how to do agroecology. So this kind of abrupt transition is not good, and it's a big challenge, especially when we do a abrupt policy change. So because of these challenges, these are our 3 recommendations for ARIs and government and FOs. First is a clear and systematic redirection of investment, funding, research, and policy focus on agroecology, but agroecology that is done by farmers, done with small-scale farmers, and done for small-scale farmers. Because we do not want a cooptation or something that we see. People will say agroecology, but farmers are not there as equal partners. So how do we do this? We should strengthen links between research, advisory, and extension, especially farmer to farmer, technical assistance with special focus on women and youth, and representation of family farmers in policy making, project design, and implementation. Second big recommendation is harmonize the policies, especially of government, at national and local levels. If you really want to support agroecology, go all the way and not have conflicting policies. And third is really support for a very good transition to agroecology by small-scale farmers, and using the landscape, ecosystem, and territorial style to build partnerships and have greater impact. So how do we support the transition? Through incentives, subsidies, grants, soft loans, and blended finance, insurance, and documentation and dissemination in local languages. So in short, we would just like to say, and would like to take this opportunity because we are with agriculture research institutions, we would like to say, please regard family farmers through their organizations and cooperatives as partners, because we are repositories also of knowledge. We are also scientists. We know the terrain. We can be, if we are motivated, we can use our resources and our talent and our wisdom. And the way to do that is to really make ourselves visible in terms, not only in implementing, but also in designing the research projects from the problem formulation, and also in providing adequate financing for farmers' organizations to do our role in documentation, in dissemination, in extension, and in policy advocacy. Thank you for your attention. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Esther, for your presentation and for sharing the great work of AFA across the region and beyond. And most importantly, in highlighting the multiple initiatives from grassroots to global level, putting really farmers at the center, which is really critical. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Lim Li Ching, researcher at Third World Network and member of the IPES Food. So, Ms. Ching, the floor is yours, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Loud and
Yes.
clear.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. And let me know if you can also see this well.
Yes, it's working.
Okay, thank you so much to the invitation to speak. I'd like to provide some reflections on how we can transform research in support of agroecology and sustainable food systems. As we are well aware, there are numerous challenges facing agriculture and food systems today, with small and family farmers in particular affected disproportionately. Some of the most pressing challenges are associated with climate change and the loss of agricultural biodiversity, which in turn impact on productivity, pests and diseases, and soil health, as well as the lack of access to secure land tenure, seeds, credit, and markets. Many of these challenges have been exacerbated by the industrial, agricultural, and food system. Now, in order to meet these challenges, I'm sorry, I can't seem to advance my slides. Okay, in order to meet these challenges, it is increasingly recognized that we need a paradigm shift from industrial agriculture towards diversified agroecological systems. Now, agroecology is an integrated approach that applies ecological and social principles to the design and management of food and agricultural systems. It has a unique holistic capacity to reconcile economic, environmental, and social dimensions simultaneously. Agroecology also has, importantly, equity and justice dimensions. We know from the evidence that an agroecological transformation of agricultural systems is the most robust response for sustainably increasing productivity, rebuilding soil fertility, and sustaining yields over time, providing secure farm livelihoods, especially for smallholders, who are the majority of food producers worldwide. We have already heard, for example, from Vijay and Esther on some of these successes that have been evidence on the ground. And evidence is particularly strong on the ability of agroecology to deliver strong and stable yields by building environmental and climate resilience, and to deliver production increases in the places where they are needed most. Agroecology can also ensure adequate nutrition through diverse diets and supports circular and solidarity economies that reconnect producers and consumers. Now, coupled with territorial markets and short supply chains, this enhances access to fresh, diverse, and nutritious food, ensures greater value to farmers, and reduces vulnerability to market distortions. And we've seen many examples of this during the pandemic. So, of course, when we talk about needing this paradigm shift towards agroecology, this also requires a simultaneous shift in what agricultural research is conducted, how the innovations are shared, and who participates in the research. First, the what. Agricultural research that perpetuates industrial, energy-intensive, and input-dependent agriculture, including synthetic chemicals and fertilizers, has huge environmental and social impacts and is simply unsustainable. Rather, we need solutions for the challenges facing small and family farmers, which agroecology can contribute greatly to. For example, research can be focused towards agroecology practices such as crop rotations and intercropping, pest and disease control, and including those that can also contribute to climate adaptation and resilience, such as practices that increase soil fertility and water harvesting and management techniques. These practices also, as we know, contribute to sustained productivity. Or research could be focused on breeding crops that are resilient and better adapted to local climates and changing pest pressures, or that assists farmers in establishing and operating community seed banks, which can provide farmers sustained access to seed that meets their needs and support farmer seed exchanges and continued seed saving. Other useful research provides climate information to farmers in a timely manner and enables farmers to better connect to consumers as well as to access market information. Importantly, what is measured shapes where investments and policies are directed. If we only focus on yields, for example, this is very narrow and mistakenly privileges industrial agricultural approaches. Rather, with agroecology, measuring success, performance, and resilience through a wider system lens provides evidence on its multifunctional benefits. And this, of course, also is a call for transdisciplinarity in research. Second, the how. Several speakers have already mentioned this. We need a shift from top-down models of technology transfer, which have had limited success. Rather, we need a bottom-up approach with farmers' knowledge as the basis and a horizontal sharing of knowledge from farmer to farmer. Now, this is because agroecology is context-specific and is tailored to fit the environmental, social, economic, cultural, and political context. And who knows the local context best? Why, farmers, of course. Therefore, agroecology builds on the knowledge and experiences of farmers. And farmers' knowledge is based on observation and on experimental learning. This includes detailed local knowledge of productive resources and the surrounding environment, such as soil conditions, plants, and rainfall patterns, the use of locally adapted crop varieties and animal species, knowledge of the local context, including on markets and institutions. Third, the who. We really need to shift from research processes that exclude farmers to inclusive and participatory processes. Research should address the needs and priorities of farmers, and this requires asking them about these and taking their inputs on board. Now, Article 19 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and Other People Working in Rural Areas elucidates this in more detail. It says that states should ensure that agricultural research and development integrates the needs of peasants and ensures that their active participation in the definition of priorities and undertaking of research and development, taking into account their experiences. So what is the role then, what is the role of research and academic institutions? I'd like to put forward 5 points. Firstly, research from the scientific community should complement and build on farmers' knowledge. Agroecology requires a research agenda that integrates social, biological, and agricultural sciences with farmers' knowledge, experiences, and practices. Now, this recognition of farmers' knowledge actually builds on an acceptance of farmers as equal partners in research and development, not just passive users of knowledge and innovation, but really as fellow innovators and co-creators of knowledge. Farmers need to be integrated into research and development systems and given tools to do their own on-farm research. And there are many good examples from the region, such as the Farmer Scientist Partnership of Masipal in the Philippines, participatory plant breeding in China and Southeast Asia, and farmer field schools in Indonesia and Thailand. Second, we need the direct involvement of farmers in the formulation of the research agenda. As identified in the UN DROP, research priorities need to be identified in a participatory manner, enabling farmers to play a central role in defining strategic priorities for agricultural research. Farmers should be enabled to participate in the process of technological innovation and dissemination as well, so all along the research trajectory. Third, research efforts should recognize and facilitate the pivotal roles women play in cultivating and providing food and nutrition, preparing, processing, distributing and marketing food, and holding knowledge about seeds, agricultural biodiversity, and agroecology innovations and practices. We know women play a crucial role in smallholder systems. They produce more than half of the planet's food calories and preserve land races of important food crops. Now, what this means in the research process is opening spaces for women to become more autonomous and empowered, to address gender inequities, including making specific efforts to promote women's participation and to learn from them. Fourth, we need to reorient research and extension systems to support farmer-to-farmer agroecological innovation. Now, formal and informal means of education and knowledge sharing among farmers are important. And for example, we know in Latin America, the campesino movement has played a pivotal role in sharing agroecological knowledge among hundreds of thousands of small producers. Tammy also mentioned the agroecology schools that are in place in different regions, and these are very useful experiences and examples to build on. There's also a need to increase the capacities of farmers and community organizations to share their knowledge in farmer-to-farmer networks, as well as to strengthen networks and alliances to support, document, and share lessons and best practices, and to increase networking and knowledge sharing between farmers and researchers to help implement a collaborative agenda based on innovative institutional arrangements. So regional networks such as the Agroecology Learning Alliance in Southeast Asia or the Lao Initiative on Agroecology for ASEAN can provide an important opportunity to scale up and scale out participatory research and extension processes that are suited for agroecology and small farmers. Finally, there's a need to move agroecology to the forefront of the international and national agricultural research agendas. Now, this means shifting public research funding towards agroecology research and innovations, as well as in support of farmers' organizations. We know that the current funding to agroecology is minuscule compared to what is channeled towards conventional approaches, and this really needs to change. Now, agroecology components can be integrated into other potentially larger funding envelopes relating to, for example, climate change, gender, sustainable livelihoods, community economic development. At the same time, there's a need to repurpose funding and policies to shift away from funding detrimental forms of agriculture and development. Now, this, of course, has all to be reflected in the academic curricula, as well as in the policy environment. Governments could play a major role in addressing the harmful subsidies and incentives that are currently propping up industrial agriculture and to move this towards supporting agroecology and the small farmers that are practicing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for providing insight and recommendation on how to transform the research agenda and ensure the full participation of farmers. Did I understood well that you were referring to the Lao Initiative for ASEAN on agroecology?
Well, yes.
Yeah, okay. No, it's interesting because I did not know that it went. It was known beyond the border of ASEAN, so it's very good. Now, moving on, I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Chuki Nanju Daswamy. I really apologize for my pronunciation. She's a coordinator at the Amrita Bhumi Center in India. Ms. Chuki, if you don't mind, the floor is yours and you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Pierre. Thank you for the invitation, and I think it is the right time to start thinking about how to bring the academia and the researchers on the one side doing their own research and publishing papers, and on the other side, millions of farmers in the planet are facing the existential crisis. It is a bit late, let me say that without any hesitation. And at the same time, I appreciate the initiative taken by the FAO. My previous speakers, starting from Mr. Vijay Kumar, whom we really look up to and we carry high regards for him among the farming community, and my Australian colleague Tammy and other speakers have already mentioned and have touched most of the points which I wanted to talk about. But having said that, I would like to only take forward the debate which has been started, but I would like to avoid repeating most of the points. So sorry, I don't have any private, the PPT. Let me start by saying that yesterday I was in a meeting. I'm part of the farmers movement here in Karnataka, which is the southernmost, one of the southern Indian states neighboring Andhra Pradesh, where Mr. Vijay Kumar is working. And in the last 3 months, we have seen a disastrous rain in this region, and which has resulted in 40% losses in when it comes to food production. And yesterday, I was in a meeting with the state, the farmers' representatives from all the districts of my state, and the agenda which was dominated the whole day discussion was, how to get relief from this, untimely rain, which has caused massive, damages to all the standing crops. The crops were ready to be harvested, and the rain did not allow the farmers to harvest their crops, and most of the crops, like millets, they have sprouted again. So this shows that there is a high urgency in addressing the issue, the agrarian crisis caused by climate change. We are talking about agroecology, how to scale it up, but we are talking about it. We cannot talk about it isolated from facing the impact of climate change. On ground, the vulnerable community, which is dealing with nature, directly, is the farming community. And if there is any chance or any opportunity to fix the climate change, the problems of climate change, it can happen only through the small scale farmers who are directly connected with the climatic conditions, with the nature. So most of the times whenever we come across our friends from the scientific community, our friends from the research areas, when they talk about sustainable agriculture, when they talk about agroecology, we feel that they are from another planet. I'm sorry to say this. We really feel that they are talking about things like climate smart agriculture, precision farming, things like that. And this is, who is actually doing climate smart farming or precision farming are those who have been farming, who have been growing food for the 70%, the 70% of the food of the globe since ages. And this is the small farmers of the world. And first of all, I think it's very important to identify them as scientists on ground, and respect them, honor them, because we have already lost a lot of knowledge, which was associated with the farming, the Green Revolution technology, which undoubtedly gave us food security, but which resulted in wiping off the farmers' knowledge, like what to sow, when to sow, how to sow, what kind of intercropping to be done, et cetera, et cetera. So if you talk to the young farmers of today on ground, they don't have that knowledge. So how do you bring back that knowledge? How do you connect that knowledge? So it can only be done by getting close, by interacting with farmers from the same level, not from the top-down approach. That, we are scientists, we know better, you are farmers, you better listen to us. The scientific community has to go out of that attitude and should start listening to farmers. I think that is the first thing to be done. And the other very dangerous trend, which we have seen in the last 15 years, especially in the Indian universities, especially in the Indian agricultural universities, is that the funding which comes to the public universities is not from the public money, is from the private companies. So when the private companies like Monsanto or the Syngenta or the Bayer invest in the research, so how can we expect our scientists to do research for the farming community? They will be obviously searching for for whoever they are funding them. So there is a clear contradiction, and we don't have time to waste to addressing these contradictions. The globe is sinking. What are we leaving behind for our children, for our future? So it is the time to address and work in collaboration with the farmers, and hand in hand. And we have to scale up agroecology. And I don't see that there is no choice left anymore. So that is the way, and it is evident. It is evident. We don't have to prove with statistics, with scientific papers, with research papers. We don't have to prove. Farmers have proven. Mr. Vijay Kumar always says that when I look at my farmer's face, he or she is smiling. That is the proof, and that is the proof. So let us build a globe in collaboration with the scientific community and the farmers of the world together, and let us divert our public investments on the research, which is directly linked, which is needed by the farmers, which farmers need. Right now, most of the research are totally, it looks irrelevant. So let us make our research relevant. Let us connect the research and the data with the ongoing with the present scenario, and let us save this world, let's save this planet, and through agroecology. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for not your presentation, but for sharing your experience from India. And I can say that your message and recommendation echo very strongly those put forward already by AFA and other speakers from this session. This is well taken. So we are running quite late behind schedule already. And we have now reached the end of our session for this first part of the afternoon. I hope you have enjoyed it as much as I did. It was really dense, but it offered a very broad range of experience and initiative that we can build upon. So what I would suggest now is that we will have a short break of 5 minutes just to get some tea, coffee, or water, and to exercise a little bit. And after we will join again and for a very stimulating panel discussion that will be moderated by Dr. François Antenne from the French NGO GRET. So don't leave too far, and please come back in about 5 minutes. So it's in Bangkok time, it's 4:28. Let's say at 4:35 we resume. And I will end up my moderation by thanking very much and very strongly all the speakers for your good contribution this afternoon. It was very much appreciated. So now over to you, and have a nice 5-6 minute break. Bye-bye.
Irish or Pierre, do you hear me properly?
Yes.
Thank you. Irish, do you know all the panelists are with us? Hailey, hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Zaina.
Hello, Francois.
Dr. Namita, good morning. Good afternoon. Dr. Ipsi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Kakoi.
Selamat sore, Ibu FC.
Selamat sore, Bapak Zainal. How are you?
Fine. I speak Bahasa Francois.
Yeah.
With Ibu FC.
Yeah. Nice to meet you here.
Okay.
Florante is with us as well. Mr. Florante.
Good afternoon. Good morning.
Afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Fine.
Hi, Zainal.
Irish? Can I?
François,
Yes,
good afternoon.
bonjour.
I think you can start.
You can open the floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Over to you.
Thank you. So welcome to you, our panelists and dear participants. So it's a pleasure to moderate this roundtable. After the two first sessions, giving the voice to the institution actors and then the voice to farmers, this panel that will be organized as a roundtable will cross finally voices about the two group of actors between researchers and representative of farmers. So, and we organize it in a way to respond to a very broad and large questions: how to foster collaboration between researchers and farmers, representative and their organization. And it will be organized in different way, through a more informal presentation based on personal or institutional experiences during this roundtable in a short way. It's also another challenge is to present it right to the point, presenting the main topic. And having this during this in very personal and informal approach. So thanks to the panelists who agreed and give time for this organization and for the investment. And for crossing this view, we have with us two representatives of farmer groups, let's say, who is Mr. Zainal Arifin Fuad, belonging to Serikat Petani Indonesia, SPI, and La Via Campesina. Zainal is responsible of the formation and school of agroecology for this organization. Then we have also Mr. Florente Villas, working in Asia DHRAA in the Philippines, with senior program manager in Farmers Fighting Poverty in this organization, and belonging and representing keeping the voice of researchers is with us Dr. Epsi Eriga, who is lecturer in Sustainable Agriculture Extension Program in Uaquata, Magellan Polytechnic, and also belonging to Ministry for Agriculture. And Dr. Epsi is a program specialist in rural advisory services in Southern Asia. And Mrs. Ji Hai Lee, Alicia, who is a chief director of the International Law Research Center in Korea University Law School. And then, let's say, a voice between the two worlds of farmer and research as a bridge is Dr. Namita Singh, belonging to Digital Green in India. And Dr. Namita is a program manager and designer into strategy, knowledge, and NIL in Asia. So please, it was a very short presentation of your own experience and institution. Don't hesitate to give further detail when during your speech, before your speech. And first, thanks a lot, and with a warm greeting for this implication. And I have also to say big thanks to Irish Bagila and to AFA who help us in a consistent way to prepare this roundtable. So we try to tackle the very huge topics, but the challenges existing for education extension to reach the remote smallholders. Having a special attention, a question about the role of digital tools and digital transformation as well, and which recommendation could be drawn to bridge the gap between the two worlds. So we organize it in 3 times. First one is to address the question of challenges of this collaboration. The second one will be to express some experiences and feedbacks, and then some recommendations. And at last, we'll have 15 minutes to question and response, both between the panelists and also with the participants. So thanks a lot. Now about the challenges.
Теперь, что касается тех вызовов, которые...
We may give the floor now to Mr. Zainal.
Okay, thank you very much, Franz. Good afternoon and good morning. Yes, following the guidance question in this session. Yes, first of all, I would like to share about the La Via Campesina. Yes, La Via Campesina is the international peasant movement, now based in Paris since 30 November. So we moved from Jakarta for 10 years and then moved to Harare, and then this year moved to Paris. La Via Campesina is a member of 182 peasant organizations and in 82 countries. We struggle for food sovereignty, agri reform, seed and agroecology, climate and environment justice, migrant and wage worker, peasant rights, and we are successfully to have UN drop adopted by UN 2018 So we struggle for 70 years to have a UN drop. And our slogan is we feed our people, building movement to change the world. So meaning building movement is how we can work together with academy and researcher in this case. And to change the world, we know that now we have in the global paradox, peasant as small producer in rural area, but we are in the center of poverty, hunger, and agrarian conflict. We can see in the Sophie report, the hunger people is increasing. So our question is where the position of researcher and academy? To whom have you worked for till now? This is the questioning to you all. I'm sorry to say that. It is also already mentioned by Chuki about the position of the academic researcher. It is linked the truth and justice. So that's why Lapika Messina and 100 peasant movement, social movement reject UN Wisdom Summit, including pre-summit in July and summit in 20 September. So now we end up in the process transformation from green revolution to agroecology, from food security concept to food sovereignty. So our challenge is in many clusters we can say to of production. The meaning is how we can have a land, how we can have a right to land, right to access, and then move to the mode of production. So why in how to work building movement with academy and researcher? So we need a common vision, common need, common goal. So we have the same goal in this area. So I remember about the idea of Gramsci. So we need an organic intellectual work with us on the ground. Otherwise, we face what happened now is the poverty, hunger and agrarian conflict. So also linked with the formation is in our experience. In last September, October, we conducted face-to-face school of agroecology, while before we conducted offline. But we have many obstacles in conducting online school of agroecology. So this is our challenge, and also on about the methodology of formation. So why we always conduct pedagogies and also peasant to peasant, because we are as a scientist, but in our experience we are nothing in the front of the neoliberal based scientists and academy. So we need to transform also how to change the mindset of the academy and researcher. Also linked with how scientists and academy can conduct the research with us, as also already mentioned by Lim Ching and also Chuki. I think this is the first statement, Franz, for this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zainal. Thanks a lot. So, Jihaili, you from your research point of view, which challenge you may raise as well?
Yes, I'll start first. As for the academia and research institute,
We cannot hear you properly.
I'm sorry. Is it okay now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better, but it's still far.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm so sorry. Oh. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Is it okay?
Yes.
Yes, as for the academia and research institutions, I think to support farmers and food system transformation, it will be important for the academia and research institutions to research as to how data of digital agriculture could be used to aid farmers in the poorest regions. So what is important in this process is to make sure the poorest regions of the farmers not to be left out and give timely information based on their needs. Additionally, on the part of ARIs, I think it's very important to create a curriculum where the farmers can be educated, and along with the stakeholders, the purpose itself, it has to connect them and communicate network that enables to interact with each other and inform some decision making through the data. And there's a lot of stuff like ARIs could do, but as for right now, we're talking about challenges, and I think there are a number of challenges for ARIs that they need to face and resolve. Like first is, it is important for ARIs to create a communication nest. That is, there must be the very nest for farmers to express themselves that they are lack of and what they need for further development of their farming process, where ARIs and other stakeholders could hear their voices and respond in a timely manner. That way, ARIs could research, analyze, and prepare an effective and productive data based on the specific needs of the farmers and create an adequate curriculum, which later the digital agriculture will gather these aggregate data and analyze them, interpret them, which could enable the farmers to make appropriate decisions during their farming process. And at the end, the communication between the stakeholders will be possible. And this is all about communication right now, because it is right now especially important where people have limited contact nowadays because of the COVID pandemic. So like the communications between the stakeholders will be possible when the farmers in rural countries could have actual access to these technologies and could take full advantages and make full use of the relevant technologies. But in many regions of Asia, the digital transformation farms is encountering challenges that prevent them from availing these full advantages and use at the fullest. So namely, even though the farmers are willing to connect and communicate, they might not have enough financial support to access the services, which will limit the production and profits of the farmer and restrict the development that could be possible. Therefore, for easy access to these technologies, it will be important to provide cheaper product services for the farmers to have access to the digital tools, such as systems that could lend cell phones to farmers, or to give unlimited access to the internet until they could get settled, which is the very beginning stage of the taking advantages of these digital technologies. Further, these digital technologies must be created simpler, which does not require complex training for the farmers as to the use of technology, because it is very important for them to get accustomed to the tool and readily avail it as soon as possible. And in addition, sufficient internet connectivity will be very important as well. As many people know, digital agriculture will not be possible without the deployment of high-speed broadband networks, which mean transmission of high quality data communication system that links computers to the internet. This will be possible when respective governments invest and fund for startups, create a task group, give full policy support for the sharing of infrastructure for broadband networks connectivity, and connect the agriculture department with the public and private sector holders to address the needs and take the task into actual action. And finally, even though the farmers have the technology to connect and the opportunity to communicate and learn curricula they consider necessary, provided that the farmers cannot read the letters within the tools, it will nearly be impossible for the farmers to take use of the digital agriculture, even if other challenges are resolved. Therefore, for the farmers to identify the correct technology within the device, it will be important to receive aid and support from the public sectors and international agencies to establish literacy program for farmers in rural areas where illiteracy is prevalent. So through these step-by-step plan regarding digital agriculture and simplified technologies, which could be derived mainly through cooperation between the government and stakeholders altogether, A productive agriculture production will be possible for the farmers in rural areas, where it will enable them to have further knowledge and appreciation of their respective and autonomous agriculture production. And hopefully these step-by-step plans could be implemented by all the cooperation between the government and the organizations and the stakeholders that are relevant to the digital agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Hailey. So thanks that you emphasize that the face-to-face, the exchange between researchers and farmers, and the proximity. Just show as well this communication kind of a problem between both of it, between the two community, but the need of proximity at school, at field level is one of the challenge as well, and to respond to the food security, lack of land, and improvement of production, as you said. And in the other hand, Hailey, you express as well how to translate the need of farmers and to also accompany the change of scaling up as well through the database, translate it in aggregated curriculum, and as well reinforcing the link between government and the stakeholders. Thanks as well as you. Now, what about some experiences you may share to the participants about this collaboration between researchers and academia and farmers? So, Florente, what is your experience for DHA you may share with us?
Thank you, Francois. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Florente Villas. I work with ACEDRA, and ACEDRA is a network of 11 DRA members in Southeast Asia, including in South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan. So our experience together with partner organizations, some were good experiences. There are also others that's not so good, but we as an NGO at the regional level, and as including our partner farmer organizations and partner agricultural research institutions, view these experiences and learn from them and make collective efforts to improve them for future reference. So collaboration between farmer organizations, including us, NGO here in the Philippines, has increasingly improved over the years, compared in the 80s and the 90s, where advocates for ecological farming were just voices in the wild, and most of the agricultural research institutions were not on our side at this time. And during these times, farmers and their organizations and NGOs persisted and accompanied farmer organizations in searching locally appropriate technical innovations. And the outputs emerging from these processes were readily taken up by other farmers, and most common channels were the dissemination during farmer-to-farmer exchanges through informal networks and spaces created by farmer organizations and NGOs. So it was not mainstream. So we were looking at alternative informal networks so that these technical innovations can be disseminated to other farmers. So I remember the disagreements between and among agricultural researchers in the Philippines, which actually led to the formation of Masipag, which was organized by advocates for farmer-led agricultural research, NGOs, and farmer organization in 1985. Now, Masipag is a farmer and scientist organization for agricultural development, and Masipag has become not only as a an farmer-led agricultural research organization, but it also branches out to marketing and policy advocacy. So Masipag is, I think, one of the model where you can bring together researchers into a platform that farmers led in terms of setting up the research agenda. So over the years, some of our agricultural research institutions, especially those from the academy, were able to accompany farmers and their advocates in the Philippines. For example, some ARIs were able to accompany farmers in their advocacy for agrarian reform, for fisheries and forest reforms, providing the needed information about the benefits of instituting such reforms. So these collaborations with agrarian research institutions have also changed the way farmers view agricultural research institutions. In the past, there was this common perception that agricultural research institutions, especially that they receive funding and grants from private sector, view them as organizations that protect the interest of the big agricultural companies and help maintain the status quo. But this has slowly changed over the years. It has also improved the scope of collaboration and partnerships. No? In the past, collaborations were largely limited to agricultural production. But recently, collaboration and partnership have expanded beyond production to cover issues and concerns regarding farmers' organization engagement in the value and supply chains, in processing and marketing, and including policy advocacy. So one example of that is our work with one of the farmer organizations in Indonesia, the Ngudi Mulyo Farmers Union in Gunung Kidul district in Yogyakarta. So Gunung Kidul is the biggest district in Yogyakarta, yet from the year 1970s to early 2000, Gunung Kidul was one of the poorest districts in Indonesia due to because of the harsh geographical condition in that district. Even until now, Gunung Kidul is still known for its tiwul. Tiwul is a substitute to rice staple made of grinded cassava, because during the 70s until the 90s, most of the inhabitants of Gunung Kidul could not afford rice. At that time, government also encouraged people to leave Gunung Kidul through transmigration program. But in the 80s, there was an initiative by government to introduce cacao to Gunung Kidul as an aid program to help improve the economic conditions of inhabitants, mostly farmers. But this initiative did not go very well. The program, which was supposed to be an aid program, but without notice, it became a loan program, meaning farmers needed to pay back the seedlings they have received and planted. So in the 90s, because of the debt made worse by the very low price of cacao beans at that time, half of the cacao trees planted in Gunung Kidul were chopped down by farmers out of frustration. So in 2007, Ngudi Mulyo Farmers Union was organized by the village government as a requirement for the farmers to access government program. All family farmers in the village were recorded as members. But exactly because of that, nothing significant happened to the farmers under Ngudi Mulyo. The organization was just there for administrative purpose of governments. Members did not feel ownership of the organization, and there was no initiative came out within the organization. But some farmers and members of the board and other leaders started to realize that Ngudi Mulyo needed to change, especially they have to improve the livelihood of their members. So it was in 2014 when, together with our member DRA in Indonesia, Indra Benadesa, we visited Modimolyo Farmers Union. And from what we saw, we expressed our support because they were able to lay out an agenda of improving their livelihood based on cacao and benefit from the rising prices of cacao beans in the market, as well as from the benefits of producing probably their own chocolate and chocolate-based products. That was the dream, that was the strategic vision that they saw. But we also suggested that something must be done to rehabilitate their cacao trees and improve productivity.
Excuse me, Florente, you may conclude, I'm sorry.
Yes. So because of that, we were able to pursue these two tracks of improving the cacao beans and producing their own chocolate. So the brand Beancon, which is a chocolate-based product made of chocolate, banana chip, and some rice crackers, some drinks, chocolate powder, etc. So they were able to move that into the market. And in 2019, they were able to become a member of Shopee and Tokopedia, which is a digital platform for marketing. So they also has improved their sale on quality fermented cacao beans, and the sales went up to around 30,000 in 2019 from the sales of chocolate products, and improved the productivity of cacao, membership increased, and so on and so on. And in fact, Modimolyo received an award from government, the Otama Class Awards, which is the highest class farmer organization award from the Ministry of Agriculture. So they were also provided a grant for the machineries in the production of chocolate, including a plant. So all this was a result of collaboration between Modimolyo and the Indonesian Institute of Sciences, the Indonesian National Research and Innovation Agency, the Indonesian Coffee and Cocoa Research Institute, the Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of Trade. So these are the result of this collaboration. And this collaboration was sustained. It's not only about technology, but it's about accompanying the Modimolyo in all aspects on what agenda that you want to achieve in 3, 4, 5 years. So they were there. They were always there.
Thank you.
Anyway,
thank
you.
You could have more time, it's a chance, but thank you for this very precise development. And in a sense, how the collaboration could help to improve production, marketing, even advocacy. And finally, the missing link we were talking about between farmers and as well police, government could be also found with digital technology. You express how this missing link can be solved through the technology. So, Dr. Epsi, please, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Franco. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you here. I'm Epsi Auriga from Yogyakarta Polytechnic in Agricultural Development. You can call it Polbang Tanyoma. It is under Ministry of Agriculture of Indonesia. I'm going to talk about my experience on agricultural extension and advisory services through Android application to support farmers during and post COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. I lecture agricultural extension information technology. Even I do not have basic knowledge in the IT field, but I've self-taught how to make Android application and work with instructors or developers to teach our students in several sessions. From here, I was born an Android application that supports extension, namely Jurutani. As we know that agricultural extension system is the front line in responding to the problems and needs of farmers, especially in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. We know that the decline in interest in youth in agriculture and the number of agricultural extensionists requires extension workers to adapt quickly in carrying out their duties as recommended by FAO. The digital transformation of agricultural extension is needed because of social restrictions and physical distance. And through the practice of courses at Polbang Tanyoma, extension applications are created to answer the problems and needs of farmers in the field of agriculture. This application, Jurutani, managed by Polbang Tanyoma with students as means of community services, especially for farmers and their families. The users of this application are slowly but surely increasing from 100 users in 2000 and continue to increase to more than 6,000 users in 2021, which can be downloaded through the Google Play Store. The Jurutani application goals first is to raise awareness and provide solutions to the needs of farmers, business actors, without the limitation of space and time. And the second is ensure the sustainability of support to farmers and agricultural business actors. And three, facilitating networking and the role of extension workers, agricultural experts from the government, academia, and the business and industrial world in encouraging farmers and youth to support the realization of SDG 4. And the target of Jurutani users are farmers and also extension workers and experts, including researchers, students of agricultural of higher education, and also business and industry and people in agriculture. We know that Polbang Tanyoma activities are inseparable from the main programs of Ministry of Agriculture of Republic of Indonesia, which involve huge farmer groups and also extension workers and universities in the agricultural sector. This is a distinct advantage for us that make it easier for Jurutani application to increase the number of users and connect farmers and also extension workers to the experts so that it becomes a broad knowledge network from all over Indonesia. And Jurutani application facilitates extension and consultation related to problem and needs in the agricultural sector. This application can facilitate extension interaction and communication between farmers, extension workers, experts, and the general public who run agriculture according to their interest and area of expertise in agriculture. The expertise specification in Jurutani, including agricultural machinery, cultivation, pest and disease, post-harvest, extension, economics, technology, animal husbandry, agroclimate, and urban agriculture. The potential use of the farmer Jurutani application is 77,000 extension workers and more than 14 million of farmers. So farmers' innovation can be easily adapted, replicated, and also adjusted and applied by other units or agencies to replicate in other areas. Jurutani is categorized as top 10 innovation in Ministry of Agriculture in 2021. This have contributed the national achievement in SDG number 4, and this goal is in line with Indonesia development priorities on target 4.4 by 2030 that significantly increase the number of youth and adults who have the relevant skills, including technical and professional skills for employment and decent work and entrepreneurship, especially in agriculture. So, well, maybe I have covered the points that I needed to present today. I'd like to thank you for taking time out to listen to my experience about Jurutani. Thanks.
Thanks, Doctor. It's very interesting to see how this experimental at very low scale is now improving through an iterative way as well, and involving structure by the Ministry of Agriculture at national level. And then concerning this missing link, it's interesting to hear that the digital tool is filling it, but both as well there is a human with extension workers, and you have both of it, and the development of the tool is also depending on the involvement at very local level of the workers. Thank you, Doctor. And then Dr. Namita Singh, it's your turn as well to give some feedback of experience from Digital Green, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'll just give a brief introduction of the organization as well. Digital Green works mainly with small-scale producers through extension agencies and farmer producer organizations in Asia as well as in Africa, and essentially uses digital technology to reach these farming communities with information that's relevant and timely for them. And in fact, this is a very pertinent topic for us because Digital Green itself was born out of a research project. It was essentially researched by Microsoft Research, which was looking at how extension systems can be made more effective with the use of technology. And the model that Digital Green sort of ended up developing was using short digital community-based videos, which are produced locally by the extension agents and farmers themselves. They feature farmers in that, in the videos as well, as experts, as model farmers, and are disseminated locally through either in-person video screenings that are done by extension agents, or of course in the pandemic era through more digital and online channels as well. So that's sort of in brief what we've been doing as an organization, and I think our experiences with on collaborations with academic as well as research institutes have been pretty varied, and they've mainly been in sort of like two aspects. One has been collaborating with agricultural research institutes on new agricultural technologies and promoting their adoption through these digital videos. The second one, which is the one I really want to kind of focus on, has been conducting research to actually generate on the effectiveness and impact of digital tools for sharing information with family farmers, with small-scale producers who typically do not have access to digital tools and technologies and connectivity as well. So just to give sort of an overview, so we've worked with very different type of academic institutions, including London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, which tested digital videos for promoting nutrition-sensitive agriculture. The International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI's done some research on effectiveness of digital video in Ethiopia and how cost-effective it is versus the traditional extension system by the Ministry of Agriculture there. Also looking at gender aspects, the School of Oriental and African Studies, there was another research where they looked at developing these market linkages using mobile applications, right? Like, so I think a lot of these ideas, other panelists have also talked about on how agricultural research institutes can actually contribute to when they work in collaboration with the farmers themselves and farmer organizations themselves, and sort of like more recent research has also been looking at the use of like big data in agriculture and how can that really be relevant for small scale producers and not just middle income or rich farmers with easy connectivity and access. And I think this overview just to sort of share that for an organization like us, which works so closely with small scale producers, the extension systems, the farmer organizations themselves, such collaborations really allow us to investigate much more deeply into areas where we do not have the capacity or the resources to sort of do that. And these agriculture and research institutes are able to bring a very different perspective than organizations like us, which are bringing on the ground, working on the ground. And this not only sort of like helps us improve programming of activities that we really do at the ground level, and thereby making our work much more effective and much more impactful for family farmers as well, but also sort of expose us to the areas which we haven't thought about as critically, right? Like, for example, bringing in a gender perspective in use of digital tools with family farmers. As an implementing organization, as an NGO, sometimes you might not be very critical about it, but that perspective can be brought in by a third-party academic institute as well. And looking at like two specific examples, one with IFPRI in Ethiopia, where they looked at the effectiveness of video-mediated agriculture extension, and they were able to, through a pilot, actually generate evidence that the adoption of practices that were promoted through these short community-based videos was much more high than the traditional extension system that was there in the rest of Ethiopia, and that can really lead to durable effects on even technical change in the Ethiopia's main cereal-based farming system. And it was also shown to be much more cost-effective when video-based extension happened at scale than compared to like the traditional extension system. Now, this enabled the Ministry of Agriculture there to integrate more digital technology in their extension systems, because they had the right evidence with them to be able to invest in something like that and actually scale it up throughout Ethiopia. For that matter. Another example has been with the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, which did this research in Orissa on nutrition-sensitive agriculture information being delivered via participatory approaches. And they looked at multiple ways, multiple participatory approaches, including participatory video and participatory learning meetings that several organizations use that as an approach to involve community members as well. And there was evidence that there was significant improvement in the health outcomes of the farming households, particularly women and children, and the kind of food that they grew of those who saw the videos, along with other participatory approaches as well. And thus sort of indicating that integrating digital interventions can actually have a much higher positive impact than standalone participatory activities as well. So, both of these examples kind of show that how collaboration with research organizations can actually bring about robust evidence on processes and systems of using digital tools, because there's often a lot of excitement around the use of digital tools, but still comparatively, I think, like low evidence that exists. And this helps both organizations like us to better the way we work with family farmers, as well as generate enough evidence to really influence policymakers as well, where they can improve their extension systems and where they can integrate digital tools in the work that they do. So I think that's where I will sort of stop right now. I'm also kind of like looking at the time, but I guess like that's where the collaboration, that's what the experience of ours has been in collaborating with academic and research institutes. Thank you.
Thanks a lot as well for this very precise description of the experiment, Doctor. And it's also showing how we can start after the pilot phase, how to involve the government and Ministry of Health. And what is interesting is what you described is that also an evaluation and evidence-based device has been settled along the process. That was a way to convince your partners and to develop this process. So And another thing I may emphasize as an NGO representative, that the role of the NGO very close and in between the partnership and the stakeholders is at this stage very crucial as well. Thanks for all of you five for this very brief and short description. We may close on this panel before the exchange of between the participant, but now very briefly, which recommendation you may formulate and express to any members and policymakers for the development of this collaboration, or the development of the digital tools and collaboration also with the farmers. So let's rewind again, and Mr. Zainal, which recommendation may you express?
Okay, thank you very much, Franz. Yes, because of the pandemic, of course, we should adopt the methodology information also in the to sell our product. Link with in the formation, yes, even though we still have many obstacle because of the remote area and also internet access, and also of course not all patients have Android or smartphone, because it's expensive. So this is a challenge in this area. But while we still trying to influence our government to provide good access and equipment in the rural area. As I remember, the Minister of Information of Indonesia has a program, rural the program to build internet access or station. So it is also good for us in communication. And second, of course, we still need protection in this area, because of if we are active in the online marketing, but we still have challenge this out from the many competitor. So this is our challenge, or how our government can protect or create policy to protect us in the online marketing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zainal. Mrs. Jihali, what is your recommendation or your recommendations?
Yes, as for me, I would like to talk about the policy makers, the policies and strategies as to the digital agriculture just briefly. Like, there are like three basic stages. Right now it's three, but like there's several stages. The basic investment stage, it's the stage where they review as to the regulatory framework that could focus on investment, on expanding these network in the regions, and make sure the funding as to the adoption of digital agriculture be first deployed on the poorest and most vulnerable farmers. That's the level. And the second level is the digital inflection point. This point is where the region begins to achieve moderate digital capacity, where people in the region have access to mobile network, and they get to include the role of the government, and that could be the middle stage. And the promoting inclusivity stage is the stage where the duplicated work to render digital agriculture system much cheaper and simpler, approachable and understandable, which is basically, it's almost the stage that they achieved at least a little bit of a digital technology in the region. And based on these levels, I think it's, as many other experts definitely think, they should consider certain aspects, such as like required investment, potential benefits, costs, and risks, and the factors affecting technology uptake that could lead to market failure. And they have to examine as to how these aspect sharing process turns out on the policy should include, like the policy should include the degree of improvement in agriculture value in each region, during the process. And at the same time, they should include how to remove the challenges or any other criminal acts committed in the way to effectively develop and promote further sustainability in the agriculture sector. And lastly, it will be crucial for the policies to empower the multi-stakeholders relevant to digital agricultural process by requiring participation. And I did say this before, and I'm saying it again, like I think it's the most important thing is like requiring participation and cooperation of each stakeholder that enable the sharing of the considered aspects through digital communication tools. And basically that is to say, lastly, network for multi-stakeholder is really necessary and important to resolve global problems through the platforms. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So, please, Florante, what is your recommendation? Open your micro.
Yes, sorry. Actually, it's still about, increasing the number of partnership and collaboration at the local and subnational and even at the national level, because it is noteworthy to point out that the regional and the global level collaboration and partnership and representation of farmer organizations in regional and international platforms of ARIs are taking place. But what we need to develop more would be at the national and local level partnership between ARIs and farmer organizations and NGOs working with farmer organizations. Thank you.
Dr. Riga.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. So far, we have worked for free and info volunteer from students, alumni also to operate the Jurutani. And the determining factor for the success of digital innovation is the leadership commitment and support from the Ministry of Agriculture. But the obstacle in supporting innovation, especially in Jurutan, is that there has not been an incentive system for farmers and also extension workers, experts, and also the general public using because it is still voluntary. So the government should make policies that support digital extension through higher education, especially in agriculture, especially in terms of preparing educational curricula that support family farmers and a shorter value chain and prepare taking into account agricultural aspects and being jointly developed by universities and local governments, stakeholders, and also industry and experts. And the important one is the government should also give financial support for experts by involving private sector, for example, and also give mentor from IT or fintech companies to teach students and farmers in digital innovation also. That is my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And the last recommendation from Dr. Namita Singh.
Yeah, some of mine are generic, others are more for policymakers. One is obviously encouraging more such collaborations. And I think in our experience, not just with like agriculture research institutes, but research institutes from many other fields, the ICT field, the digital fields, nutrition, economists, all of these as well, that can bring in a lot of additional value as well. And I think as we move again more towards a digital world, which somehow also been pushed forward by the pandemic as well, for policymakers to really focus on the infrastructure part of it, as well as on issues of data privacy and security, as more active companies also get into the space as well. So ensuring small scale producers are not on sort of the losing end, but there I think data security issues, privacy issues are kept in mind as well. And along with that, I also think encouraging AgTech entrepreneurs to really devise solutions that work not just for a particular section of the farmer, but also really take marginalized communities into account as well, would be a great thing, because there's been a lot of conversation on how do you really have that last mile connectivity. And I guess if AgTech entrepreneurs or tech entrepreneurs are really encouraged to do that, there are solutions that are possible, scalable, cost-effective solutions that are possible.
Thanks a lot. So after this last round of recommendations, we can have some time for sharing questions as well. First, among panelists, if you want to just to raise some question to each other and also to the participants. I have also some questions, but priority is given to you. I haven't seen if there is anyone in the chat. So from my side, it was interesting as well. I had already one question for the researchers, for both of you, and the development done by Namita, Dr. Namita, was interesting because my question was, what about the device or the method of evaluation of the impact of the technological tool, whether video or digital tool, and how you may develop it on that, and finally how you may exactly measure or evaluate the impact both of the utilization of the tool, but both also of the evolution of the knowledge and the networking process as well. It was the question for you, for Dr. Epsi and Jihaili. And I have another round of questions, more for the farmers representative, is when we more and more want to have a better involvement of farmers, of course, and participatory research. My question was among groups and how do you tackle let's say the power discrepancy of representation of knowledge among the communities, and mainly I'm talking about women. How do you ensure that women are not forgotten, even if they are present during the sharing, but how to be sure that their participation is real. And the last as well for Namita, as in between is how could you describe finally, and your description was very interesting for that, and that the reinforcement of the extension workers by the tool as well could produce some alternative proposition by farmers. And very often the farmers are considered as an ignorant person, that they need to be taught and so on. So I would like to know that if this tool may change also the consideration of technicians or others regarding the knowledge of farmers, and does it have also an impact of the policy itself, when the policy sometimes is drawn from in a top-down way? Thank you. I don't know. Up to you. About the evaluation challenge itself, but the impact of the tool and the process. Or anyone, feel free.
Well, actually, in relation to women, I think the capacity of the organization to listen to women is very important, because in the case of Ngodi Molyo, for example, Bincon was the agenda of women. No? The production of chocolate products was the agenda of women, and Ngodi Molyo allowed that to happen. So it's really the women that put forward the production of chocolate products and branded it as Bincon, something like.
Yeah. But yeah. But sometimes when let's say the product itself, even the process of transformation may show that there is an economical advantage. Sometimes men are just trying to take the place of some activities who are not really recognized, or domestic activities, and so it's what we could see in Great in some women groups reinforcement process.
Frank, maybe I would like to answer about the evaluation for using tools, especially for this Jurutani app. We have many stages to develop this application. We have 5 stages from application development, internal usage, launching, and also application and socialization stage. The evaluation is very different in these many stages. For example, for the socialization stage, we have measurement from first the reliability. We evaluate the number of users and also validity, the number of expert info, and the ease of searching of this app in the internet. When we use the keyword of Jurutani on the internet, it will go to the first in the search engine. And for women, we have a program in Ministry of Agriculture that we have a student that do apprentice in woman farmer group, and then we ask students to train the woman farmers to use this application. So we make sure that this application is also reachable for women. Thank you.
I would like to comment, Franz. Yes. Yeah. In SPI and also in La Beca Machina, we have special group. We can say woman articulation, and also in the structure of SPI, we have to the meaning is we have a structure that woman is one of the leader in all level SPI at the center until in rural area, and link with the digital technology. Yes, now we push our member to make the simple videos on the experience in seedling, in harvesting, cultivation. It is and in some case we are success in to get a video from our member in rural area. So this is a positive value in using the new technology. So and this also a part of the to get material of formation in SPI and so in African Machina. So that is like the person to person by through video, like that, Franz.
Thank you. Dr. Namita?
Yes, I can go next. I think you did ask a very good question about that balance between farmer as an expert versus scientist as an expert conundrum. How it works in our approach really is a collaboration between the two at the content production stage itself. So where all the content that's shown in the video is technical content that is vetted by scientific experts themselves, by agriculture experts themselves. The process that's followed is that content is taken to farmer groups who also provide their feedback on what is really feasible for them or not. For instance, if a practice is extremely manual labor intensive, or they are recommending inputs which are way too expensive or not really accessible to farmers. And that kind of feedback is then incorporated in the content of these videos that is produced. And therefore it's more responsive to the needs of the farmers themselves. And also during the production of these videos as well, we look for farmers who are actually applying these practices at their field level. So it's not just demonstration fields in research institutes. We do look for farmers who are actually applying these practices and seeing a benefit to then sort of like promote it with the rest of the farmers. There is that kind of collaboration that happens throughout the process between the two.
Thank you, Dr. Hailey, you want to have a last say?
It's just really a last say. I just really want to say for a better, sustainable, and productive and profitable farming in regions, especially the poorest regions where agriculture production is the key economy, I think the role of the respective research centers and institutions of the high educational institutions in Asia, along with respective governments and companies and organizations, while fulfilling their part, will be to continue developing digital agriculture projects, which takes into account environmental and also economic aspects as well, with specialized human resources and equipment that could both benefit both benefit Asia and all other countries that are connected within its digital agriculture network. Thank you.
Thank you. So thanks a lot to all of you for this fleshful presentation and then sharing of experience, and as well to have been able to respect the time, because it was a real challenge to expose everything in this congested time frame. Before quitting each other, is there anyone in the room? Because I could see there was some comments and questions in the chat. Is there anyone who was writing comments in the chat would like to have a say as well? Gunnar Kirchhoff, or Marie-Aude F, then, for instance. Or not. So thank you very much as well.
There's one. Yeah,
yes,
there's one.
Okay, hello. So this is Maria Divan from IFAD. And I just wanted, I just shared in the chat, and I started having some feedback because we've been working with Croatia in Asia Pacific on the use of, and they had this very interesting survey on the insights from Southeast Asia on the use of digital app by farmers. And what is interesting is that in many of the countries, the gaps was not so much in terms of having the smartphone or the connectivity or things like that, but that a very small portion use phone for something else than WhatsApping and calling and so on. And there was the issue of trust as mentioned. So we've been a lot, because we work also on extension, on how we can more, what is a delivery model? Because I think it's quite far-reach to imagine that all the farmers, especially for IFAD, we work with the poorest, the most marginalized, less literate farmers, to be directly using the app. So thinking, what are the delivery channels that can be set on the last mile agent to help, the local communities make the best use of this app. And secondly, as you mentioned in the discussion, that we don't want to replace that digital applications, bring back the top-down process. So how we ensure that we have interactive app that also leverage local knowledge. So that was my questions. We'll also share some insight on that in the paper we'll be presenting tomorrow, because we've been working a bit on that topic in the past month. Over.
Thank you. Any other comment or reaction? The last one. Okay. So thanks a lot again. Hoping that this exchange may continue, may run after today and next days as well. And have a good evening. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francois, for moderating the panel discussion, and to all the panelists for your great contribution. So now we reach the end of the day. We will have a very quick wrap up of the key messages that have been coming out of today, and also a very short introduction to tomorrow's session. So stay tuned. And now I hand over the floor to Melanie, who will start with the wrap up. Melanie Blanchard from CIRAD.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. So we will present briefly the main messages from the speech, the presentation and discussion of today. And we will use 3 entry points with the food system, the academia and the research institution, and then the agroecology and the agroecological innovation. Yeah, if I can move my screen, it's better. Yes. So I will start with the key messages delivered today regarding the food systems. So transforming agri-food system requires new thinking and approaches with partnership at the heart of the process. Partnerships are crucial to reach the goals of the 2030 agenda. The Global Forum on Agricultural Research and Innovation is well positioned and stand ready to work with the smallholder and family farmers on their challenges, on the challenges they are facing to transform the food system. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the connection between supply chain and consumption pattern, and there is a urgent need to refine agricultural system and as a food system. It's also underscored the role of university to produce graduates with transformative mindsets who are adept to understand the growing complex social concern and who are able to effect positive changes now, but also in the future. The other key messages from the session today. So agricultural is a major driver of the diversity loss. But making agriculture more sustainable through agricultural innovation promotes and enrich biodiversity to ensure quality and quantity of production, but also the sustainability on environmental goods and services. Metrics to attain agricultural production and biodiversity conservation must be included with productivity, sustainability, stability, and equitability. Appreciating that human well-being rely on biodiversity-rich agri-food system is essential for implementing holistic agricultural innovations along the food supply chain. So regarding the academia and the research institution, there is a need to refine the role of research and of extension agents in the context of co-experimentation setting with farmers, because the farmers the academia and the research institute becomes knowledge and innovation broker. In parallel to the upcoming collective action on participatory research and family farming, there is a need for curricular change and a transformation of higher education. The transformative the transformative partnership platform calls to change the way of research. So doing research differently to address the knowledge gap, working with policymakers and stakeholders in addressing the implementation gaps, and addressing a large diversity of local contexts with a common approach. there is a need to translate research into action. And the approaches towards scaling, bridging gap across skills need to use different approaches with adaptive scaling strategy, platforms involving a diversity of stakeholders, the use also of agroecology conductive policies, and the development of policy-private partnership. Towards sustainable into higher education and extension services, there is a need for the future to manage the data, but also to produce the data for the learning opportunities and dedicated extension services, as well as monitoring and evaluation. The growing interest in agriculture needs to be sustained with more targeted capacity building activities of relevant government agencies and groups. This will promote and generate more agri-entrepreneurs. And finally, more studies to ensure the balance between trade opportunities and food security goals are important, particularly under the tenet of ASEAN economic cooperation, as well as effective coordination mechanism along the country to reduce trade and food insecurity, both at national level, but also at regional level, are a need.
Thank you, Melanie. I will continue about the key messages and the voices that we heard on the diversity on agroecological innovation, how to support agroecological innovation. We heard this very important statement from FAO about smallholder producers that have been and always will be innovators. And in this regard, they need to be empowered to be able to be associated in the co-design, co-creation, and co-innovation to ensure that innovation are adapted to the local context specificities. We heard also this great and new global initiative from one CGR to develop and scale up agroecological innovation for smallholder farmers, but also for food system actors in different social and ecological contexts. IFID highlighted 3 key elements for agroecology that need to be considered when we want to assess our project impact, highlighting the resource use efficiency, the recycling, but also the integration of diversity. We also get this very insightful experience from Andhra Pradesh with this sharing experience on fascinating journey and transformation with farmers and women farmers. Also were pointed out that they are crucial actors of change through organizing collective actions, and that it's crucial to respect farmers' work and innovation. Next slide, please. Tammy Jonas from representative farmer in Australia pointed out that there is also some barriers to agroecology transition that limits the ability of farmers to switch to agroecology in terms of economic, political knowledge, but also cultural lock-in. And on the other hand, there are enabling dynamics that can help to reverse this top-down research once we focus on constructing knowledge for food sovereignty, agroecology, and biocultural diversity. And lastly, we heard a key and strong message from AFA through Esther Penunia sharing experience that there is a clear need and systemic redirection from investment, funding, and research and policy focused on agroecology by, with, and for smallholder farmers. And the last recommendation that we heard today was this support for transition for agroecology through incentive, subsidies and grants, soft loans, and blended finance that ensure agroecological innovation for farmers. So that is all for our wrap-up of key messages of day one for today. Lastly, we wanted to remind you and to invite you for tomorrow. Our workshop will continue tomorrow in day two. So here you have, we will start directly in parallel session in the morning Asia time with the first session on enhancing rural communities, initiative and development and transfer technology. And in the same time, as a parallel, you can join as well policy and strategic to support family farmers and sustainability for rural development and communities. And in the afternoon, we will continue with two parallel sessions. The first one will be on multi-stakeholders network and platform, enabling co-creation of knowledge and participatory research for support family farmers. And the parallel one will be dedicated to innovation in higher education in institution curriculum to better address agroecology and farming system in academia program. So here you have all the links to join for tomorrow workshop of the day two. So thank you very much for your participation on today and looking forward to see you all tomorrow. Have a good evening.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Lucy and Melanie, for this great wrap-up. Bye-bye.
So we will now end the web.